Hello, all of you delightful beings out there, and thank you for coming to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Lost in Chaos Scar, Season 2, Episode 24, The Second Seam. This is one of our Pokemon tabletop RPG campaigns being run with our custom Scar system, or stories and creatures in alternate realities. We shall begin, as usual, with introductions, beginning with our dynamic storyteller, Enja.
Hello and good day, everyone. I will be your storyteller for this evening, Enja Lumerias. I play the allies, I play the enemies, and I orchestrate all manner of events, be they completely happenstance or preordained. For now, I shall pass it over to Rex Strider.
Hi, I'm Rex Strider. I'll be playing Chomper, a Totodile Fuecoco hybrid, Fuecoco fire water type. Care about my friends, and doing my best to help everybody handle empathy as well as handle my own demons. I'm going to pass it off over to Raharu.
Hello everybody, I'm Raharu and I'll be playing Paz, the mono water type Sobble, and also I'll be playing Elvaroda, or Elba for short, the water ground type Quagsire. On to you, Gimund.
Hi, I'm Gimund, and I'm playing Pyroclast. Sometimes Ghost, sometimes Dark, Fire Charmeleon. He is currently a Dark Fire. Onto the Scruff.
Hello, I am ArchineerRob. I shall be playing Scruff, the ground ice type Swinub. Chilling and bimbling around. On to the Zim.
Hello again, I am Razim, and I am playing as Squirrel, the dragon fighting type Riolu. Go ahead, Tal.
Oh, I am Taldirus, and I am playing Vane, the dark flying type Murkrow.
Alright, and do we have any volunteers for the recap?
A generous bestowal.
After these interruptions from our
Gimund
sponsors.
tip, $10. Tradition protocol engaged. Dispensing hash browns.
Thank you
So,
so
like-
much.
Is that you volunteering, Gibbon? Or was that like...
No.
Hey, I had to ask. His name popped up when it was asked if there were any volunteers.
True.
Indeed.
But that is the first tier of the tip goal completed. Thank you so very much, Geeman. Go ahead, Rex.
Oh boy. Well, I will do my best. I will need somebody to pick this up where I miss off. But yeah, let me take a quick gander at my notes real quick as well, because I think that helped me with like piecing together what happened in general. That's the wrong notes. 1 second. Where's the other note? I know when we last left off, we had just had Calti having a breakdown after expressing, all the things that he's gone through to try to fix the problems that we have going on with the guild, and in order to try his best to basically get approval from Vane. And Vane was actually feeling responsible and trying to work past his understanding of empathy and more his understanding of solving problems. And he was trying to console Calti by staying behind as we went off to check on the tiers. I believe we're going to do our own thing and try to progress.
Yeah, we were heading back to Sigmus's old hut because that's a place that Sigmund never went again, and we were told that the tears appear on those locations.
Exactly. That's what we were doing. And I know on Chomper's End of Things, before that, he had his own battle with his own inner demon after basically having a welling up of self-doubt due to the mistakes from the past and feedback from others that were making him just really just doubt if what he was doing was the right path, and if has been changing, to which thankfully, thanks to his basically inner strength and his strength from those around him that believed in him, he was able to kind of fight back what possibly was the parasite as well as his own self-doubts in order to keep pushing forward. And actually had a bit of a backstory moment that delved into his human side when he was a fighting gamer in tournaments, and how he used that to cope and have a bit of a found family with people around him. And also why he has so much of a fighting game kind of headspace when it comes to combat. And yeah, he was able to kind of come to terms with his way of fighting, even if it is unconventional and sometimes deemed as, not the honorable way to do things. But he kind of found out why he, in a way, looks at some of his W's as W's when obviously he barely survived against said stronger people. So, I do want somebody to tag in to kind of help me fill a lot of other things going on, because sorry, my head's kind of.
We also had the whole deal with Nim leaving the party because he decided to make a deal with Belphe, and then we got ejected from the realm we were talking to Belphe's true body at.
I get mixed up with everything that happened. Okay, yeah, that was a big reason why Chomper did have like his whole moment, because he recently had Nim, big person for Chomper, leave the party to go and make a deal with said demon and work on fixing up hell. But Nim made a farewell to the party in order to do that.
Yeah. After we were out of the demon realm, Belphe appeared to us. Like I think he was lying down on top of Atranus's hair as a teddy bear.
Teddy Ursa.
Teddy Ursa. And he also, I believe, ended up giving a blessing of sleeps to both Chomper and Wade.
I think he passed it around because I think we just offhandedly made the contract.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else besides has it. I mean, Wade and Chomper got it. So.
Yep, Chomper did a with the help of Vane, had a contract done up to help him with his sleep. That was why he was able to go into a deeper Zen sleep and have that kind of inner combat with himself. Actually, now that you mentioned it, thank you.
Yep. If people are actually interested in like some of the details of the contract, I guess we could go into it. But
Yeah. And one other thing that happened is that Wade was kind of he was kind of hesitating when he came to receiving a blessing from a demon, because he is an angel technically, and that could be a problem in and of itself. But Belphe kind of told him that as long as his virtue, the virtue that he follows, wasn't diligence, that it shouldn't be a problem unless both of the energies just kind of connected, and there is no reason for that to happen. But to try and convince Wade of it, he kind of ended up like he kind of ended up contacting Wade's god, and we enter Wade's mind where Wade's god actually appear. That was Rayquaza, and they ended up having a bit of a discussion where Wade ultimately said that Wade told him everything that he knew at the start of this role, and Rayquaza kind of gave him a opportunity to just leave because this is technically none of his concern. But Wade didn't particularly want to because as much as this world isn't actually his concern, he's not part of it. After seeing how messed up this world is, just leaving it behind without trying to do something about it just would feel wrong to him. So so Rayquaza understood that and ended up speaking with Belphe to the point that Wade just was given the blessing basically for free, both because of technically we beat the demon challenge that Belphe gave us at the beginning half-heartedly. Yeah. And after that, Wade was able to fall asleep, and he was actually able to wake up as Wade. And I think that was it. We left last session, like everybody just leaving, while Bane stayed behind with Calti.
One other important thing that happened is Vane actually got answers about his shadow from Belphe, and Belphe was impressed almost with the amount of wrath Vane had and just publicly said that.
Oh yeah.
You were also known. They know you by day, like knew you. You're infamous. Like they actually knew you.
Yeah, well, because apparently Kaza went on a vacation with Sigmund, like on a time pause for a bit. Because Sigmund wanted Kaza to catch up on like sleep and relax and stuff like that, and ended up going to an area that Belphe had.
Wasn't that with Atrano? Because you said
it might have been. I forget which one. It might have been with Atrano. One of the powerful ones. I forget.
Yeah.
I will say Pyro is staying with Vane for a bit to talk.
Well, he's not gonna. He's kind of interacting with Calti, so if you try to talk with him, I don't know how successful it'll be, but you could try.
Yeah. Elba is also staying behind, but he's not interacting with Bane. He's just like staying outside of anybody's earshot, just nearby. But he sent Bex and Lab to go with the others because he didn't want them to keep observing that scene. So yeah, I guess Pyroclast, Elba, and Bane stay behind at the orphanage, and the rest are going to investigate the location where the tear might be the new tear, but might be appearing. I think that's pretty much it. Hello?
Yep.
Okay. Nobody was talking, so I thought I may have been getting disconnected or something.
Nah, I was just thinking about if there was anything else.
Yeah, Sam. I think.
All right, anyone? I guess that's it.
Thumbs up.
Oh, did we? Was this the episode we had the big talk about what we're gonna do with the gods, killing them or not? Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, we also had a big conversation about like killing the gods or not killing the gods still, and what we're gonna do. I believe we were torn on that.
I mean, we didn't come to a consensus, but one notable thing about all that is that Bane is saying that he's going to, once we're out of the ocean, he's going to be telling Sigmund that maybe destroying heaven with a bomb might not be a good idea because hell is being recreated, and who knows what hell being in the world and heaven not being in it will cause to the world.
Yeah. Notably, he never said he was going to stop trying to kill the gods, just maybe not destroy heaven.
Yeah.
Still progress on different things with that. So there you go.
Yep.
Getting more sleep will definitely help.
By the way, did you just so you know you're feeding through?
No, I'll put you on your.
He must be able to play computer.
Yeah, he must have taken off his headset.
So far.
Well, I guess do we got any fan art or something?
Don't know. See, we don't know what the cause is. Definitely yes.
It's actually well done.
I don't believe so.
I mean, maybe you could show off my commission I got from Raijin. even if that's more related to the next game than this one.
Merle_2009 tipped $15.
Merle, thank you so very much for that tip. Thank you so much for the help. That is the second tier of the tip goal completed. On to the third.
Yeah, if you need some fun art to show up right now while we're waiting, you could show the commission that I got from Raijin, even if that's more related to the next game than this one.
Yeah.
I mean, both of the characters are over here, technically,
Yeah.
so, you know.
Wait, both of the commissions you got?
No, both of the characters in the commission. I'm talking about my commission with Elba and Aquarelle.
Yeah. So yeah,
Well,
here's a commission by Raijin.
God, Raijin did such a great job with that picture. I love it.
Oh. Yeah.
The face.
Yeah. Like I said, that's just how I imagine Vayne looking as well whenever Kaza decides to hug him.
Yeah.
Because, like, I do not know how to respond to this situation, so I will just wait.
How react? What do?
That is just the spinning wheel of doom just in a face.
Yes, this is a hug, and it is happening. Yes.
That's exactly, Meryl.
I don't know. To me, it kind of looks more like, I don't know what this is. I don't know if I like it. I don't know what to do. What is happening? What is happening? Error. Error. Blue screen.
Honestly, I think it could be. I think it could be either.
I can see that.
Aquarelle has shown both of those emotions.
Well, Digi actually went and muted now, so he went back to his computer for a tiny bit at least.
I wonder what happened.
Well, it sounded like his mom came and was talking to him about something, so it might be something to do with the animals.
Yeah, probably. I hope Bertha's neighbors aren't acting up again.
Yeah, hopefully not.
In the meantime, quotes.
Didn't you already do an entire round of quotes?
Yeah.
I mean, might as well. We need something to fill at the time. We haven't.
True, but I'm just saying.
If only we have gotten the starting scene, we could at least roleplay some, but we got nothing.
Yeah, unfortunate worst timing possible.
Indeed.
Yeah, and Pyroclast is looking for a good opportunity to act something now that he's sort of registering the situation more.
My goodness, I live again. Hello, lads.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank you for handling the recap.
You're welcome.
So, where will we start off? As I believe that Elva and Vane had stayed with Calti to console him? Question mark.
Well, Elva was staying out of it, and apparently Pyro was going to stay behind too, but just to try and talk to Vane at some point.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it's right away or later, but either way, you should probably handle the other group first.
Yeah. Well, Elba would probably want to consult Caldi. It's not really. Considering the situation, there's nothing really that he can do besides just try to give him a hug. So he's just gonna stay out of it and just wait nearby because there is something that he needs to ask the guildmaster, but he can't do it right now. As much as Elba does want to bring positivity, there's nothing he can do about the situation. This is beyond him.
Feel you there. Chomper wants to go back and talk to him immediately too, but he's in his head. He's like, I maybe need to give them some space, and I'll talk to them later.
Fair enough. So, to the house that Sigmund had been formerly living in.
Oh, also, yeah, I really remember that I mentioned this last session, but Elba sent Vex and Lap to go with the others.
Yep. Lap is definitely dragging Vex along because it is way too awkward to go back there. As one of the most powerful people that he has ever known is crying. It's like, goodbye. So, the house is much the same as how it had been left. Only now there was no one in it now. Absolutely no one. Thoroughly and completely abandoned, and partially ransacked.
I guess
As someone took anything of value.
I'm guessing the corpse of Sigma's abuser is also not there.
Lap took it away, if you remember.
Oh, actually, yeah, you're right.
Stop looking at it and
Yeah.
thinking.
No, yeah, you're right. I almost forgot about that. Whoops. No, that's fair enough.
About the weight. So, as ever, well, it seems that there is a tear there that looks like it had always just been there. And maybe you'd just been overlooking it, but you know that isn't the case because of how out of place it is, actually.
What does it look like when we look inside the tear?
You see black space and numbers. It is a different set of numbers this time, actually.
Oh, what
except
number?
that 0 is the same. But I will put them in chat so you can deliberate.
Oh, we'll go look at that.
What's that snapping noise?
Yeah, there's a
That
snap.
is a dog that has entered my room and is scratching itself.
Oh,
Ah. Oh, I see the clip of like claws on tag.
Claws
that
on
was-
the collar.
Yeah, that was enough to get me flinching. God.
That's it.
Let alone me with the headache. Migraine thing.
Ah, yes, that is very unfortunate.
And those are the numbers you have to choose from.
Okay, so this isn't binary anymore, but this still looks like something that was written by a Porygon. I wonder what these numbers mean.
You know that face you had in that fan art there when you were hugging?
Mm-hmm.
Chomper.exe has stopped working for a few moments.
He's looking at big numbers.
These are definitely numbers.
Ah, wait. I remember you were able to hear some stuff with your heart sense when you were sensing the options in that last one, right? As long as you don't try to peer into anybody's soul, you shouldn't have a situation like with Belphe again. So maybe you can help out with that, Chomper.
As long as it's not math, I think I could do this. Yeah, sure. Let me try it.
All right. Let's give it a go then.
All of the people that are good with numbers are not on the team at the moment. So literally all of them: Pyroclast, Bane, and Elva.
Alrighty, I have.
Dude, that is pretty funny.
Explosion. That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's pretty good on 11.
Yeah.
Nice.
You might get a little emotion out of each of them now. All right.
Oh.
The first one, you hear water, and it feels maybe a little melancholy. The second one, you hear something striking the ground, and there is anger and nothing but. The third one, you hear something falling to the ground with a splat.
Real quick, so I have to do all these at once. First one, I hear it sounds like a stream. It sounds kind of relaxing, you know? But the second one sounds like somebody hitting something, like with a hammer, kind of fiery. I don't know. And that third one sounds icky, like like just splat, like something splattering somewhere.
Yeah. And the last one, crying, but also relief.
The last one, it started to sound sad, but it sounds like that kind of sad cry that you do when you finally finish something that's really hard.
So crying out of happiness rather than sadness. You mean?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, you know when
the
you
relief to cry.
You know when you described that second one, did you? For some reason, the first picture that came to my head was that one scene of Yugi of Yu-Gi-Oh where Yugi just lost Yugi's soul from a duel, and he was hitting the ground saying that it should have been him instead of Yugi.
Damn. I recall.
Damn it! Now I'm just thinking about the Yu-Gi-Oh abridged. Oh, I bet you say that to all the other duelists.
Yeah, I remember that too.
And when I said I'd have my vengeance on you, I was faking it.
If I had any parents, they would have said you were no good for me.
Oh, stop. Focus.
What? That was a line. Come on.
Okay, let's get back. So, well, the last time we chose something, we ended up going into a demonic realm, or at least a demonic pocket dimension between a realm, whatever it may have been. But these ones don't look as sus as those, as suspicious as the other.
Yeah. I don't want to jump into them though, but
Would it be better for us to wait for the others before we go into this, or should we just do this and get it over with, since we are kind of strapped for time in this location?
What does everyone think? I don't want to have to pull me out of somewhere again, Squirrel.
Lab says, kind of anxious about the one that goes splat. You know, considering he looks around the house, like just kind of gesturing to where there was once upon a time a body.
Oh, you actually have no idea how funny that is.
I vote for the one crying.
Lots of crying today, Vex says, sounding confused.
Yeah. Sometimes crying's a good thing, and there's a lot to cry about.
That Calti definitely had a lot to cry about there. Who knows how many memories that the wish entity actually gave back to him.
Yeah, that's a lot to handle at once. I really want to go back, so we should really do what we're doing here so we can get back to everybody.
Yeah. Well, perhaps the one with crime, but with really might be good to take a look at. Just to not have a depressing scene after another depressing scene.
Yeah, that may be good.
What do the two of you think? Please, mentioning to Scruff and Squirrel. Hello?
Sorry. Brief recap of what you're asking for him exactly.
Chomper and Wade just described the 4 options of the new chart that we just saw, and we were thinking of whether we should go into it right now just to get this over with, and then go back, since we're kind of strapped for time inside the illusion, or if we wait for the others. And we kind of decided to go, that we should go in, but now we were asking whether which of the 4 options we were going to go into, and we were kind of deciding for the one that's crime, but with relief also.
Vex crosses his arms. I vote the big number because big is good.
I do like big. Chomper looks up. But yeah, whatever is safest too. I do like big.
I mean, the big number is the one of the crying. Oh.
I'm good
Well,
with that
own-
one.
What do you say,
Scott-
Rob?
Scruff's only reaction would be to approach. You're currently Wade at the moment, yeah?
Yes.
Yes. It would be to approach Wade and Trumpet and snuffle them and around them to make sure they still smell the same, and then back into standby mode. Neither of you is currently on fire or actively bleeding, so standby mode.
Thumbs up. Ah. Are you saying you don't want to go inside?
I think he was checking on us. Right,
Ah.
Scruff?
Scruff squints approvingly.
That squint is familiar. I think that's a yes. I'm slowly beginning to understand Scruff, like to speak Scruff. But yes, he checks up on us like that.
Okay. Okay, then I suppose we do have most of us going for that last option then. So, yeah, if nobody has any objections, I'm going to go ahead and choose that one.
No objections from Artanis or Toronto.
Okay, Wade is heading towards the tear, and well, he's gonna poke the option with that was the crying the crying and the crying and relief.
All right. The tear seems to widen and takes everyone somewhere, as you are all seeing something else. It's Sigmund, looking as the adult that you all know him to be, entering into a room, seemingly with some papers in his hand and looking, frankly, a little annoyed. But then Calti is crying at a desk, looking almost as bad as the last time you'd seen him. To which Sigmund walks closer and asks, what's up? To which Calti starts clinging to Sigmund desperately and asking, who is he? Who are you? He doesn't remember anything. To which Sigmund waits for a moment before putting one hand on his head and starts talking. My name is Sigmund. I'm a Delphox that you used to give extra benefits to when I was on a team with CL, and then more when I had an incident after my team was disbanded. I'm cold and distant at the best of times, but I'm reliable when it comes to actually supporting you in return. You've tried a few nicknames on me, but I have refused them. And that was that for the most part. Sometimes you still try, but nicknames are for friends. We're not friends. CL is a different beast altogether. He's a mind shao. He's overwhelmingly friendly, and you used to visit him so absurdly often before it was like you were his child. He took a shine to you, and you would engage in everything that one could conceive of. Of course, if it wasn't something that relied purely on physical ability, you'd win the games. You probably cheated one way or another. But no matter who won, you both would have a great time. Then he had a family, and the trips became less frequent. But you're not any less close. Honestly, if not for his wife, I'd think you would have married him yourself. He's aware of all your favorite scratching spots, your putty in his hands. Next is Marten the Exatu, Bird Lady, and someone else you've known for a long time. She is a practitioner of magic from the Plagora continent. You sometimes like to call her Mary, and sometimes she calls you T. She is brilliant and emotionally intelligent, but quite frankly, she's rather exasperated with you. Still, somehow, she cares about how you're doing and doesn't refuse the title of friend, but heeding her words might actually help you actually be friends again. Then is Zero. Zero is an interesting case. He's a Zoroark and an artificial demon you found in stasis, and chose to complete. He was born without any instincts, so you had quite the time raising him. You even had to tell him to eat, or rather show him how, as a lot was missing. Marten did much more of the legwork than you did in that little project, but you were earnest in everything you did. And now he's capable of being on his own. Turns out he's pretty good at management, and doesn't particularly have any hobbies he cares to pursue. He just chose you and stuck around, working his way up to Vice Guild Master. Talking with him isn't always the easiest thing. He's not very good at holding a conversation, and his emotions always seem to be stuck at neutral, but he notices things and acts on them. You've cried in his arms and confided in him no small number of times. I think he's adopted you now. Calti seems to be taking slow, deliberate breaths, but he does seem to have calmed down, looking like his anxiety is settled, as maybe that was enough to start sparking the rest of his memory. As he just looks up at Sigmund and asks, "Why aren't we friends?" Sigmund considers before saying, "Because you're just a kid. You can be as old as you like, but with that personality, you'll never be more than a kid to me. An old man can't be friends with a kid." Calti seems a bit crestfallen, but Sigmund considers his words and then continues. Besides, that label doesn't suit it. We're something else. I'm not sure what I'd call it, but I'd do things. Unspeakable things, if it would help you. Calti processes this for a moment, looking less crestfallen and more bemused before considering and asking Sigmund, "Are we family?" Sigmund's gaze turns more stern, but he's silent for a moment before starting to ruffle the fur on Calti's head quite roughly and said, "Don't say things like that out loud, but maybe, I'm not sure. Call it whatever you want." Calti smiles and leans into the ruffling, even if his shoulders are creaking at this point, before Sigmund removes his hand and says, "So anyway, what I was here about." And the scene ends.
Wade is rubbing his chin after witnessing that scene. Wow.
Everybody saw that scene?
I'm imagining everybody that was in the room. In the hut, I mean.
Chomper's eyes are glazed a bit. Calti's really been through a lot. I didn't know he saw Sigmund as that.
He's been through a lot, and also his memory issues are worse than he lets on. I wonder if it's really just him being half of Noah, no, yeah, it's definitely both Noah's faulty memory and the fact that he's just going through time for for who knows how long. That is bound to do something to your mind. It was interesting. It was interesting seeing that Delphox console him, though. Pretty much.
Yeah, that was really nice of Sigmund to do that.
Well, I suppose those two are. I suppose Sigmund actually has people that he's actually close to.
Scruff is committing far more of other people's memories to his own memory at this point than his own memories.
That is true.
That one's going in the pass on to Calti, because Calti has probably forgotten it.
Probably yes. Well, and once we're out, the tear is no longer there, right?
That is correct. It has faded.
Chomper writes down some notes.
Well, all right then. I suppose we're done there, and thankfully that was just something that we could just pass on to the rest once we go back. Although I'm not sure that if they're going to be like done if we head back right now. But there's no reason for us to stay here either.
Yeah, I would like Calti to see this too, but right now he needs a little bit to kind of.
Lap looks like he's disassociating.
He came here to escape from one scene of that, and he found another almost as bad one.
Well, that and perhaps the meanest person that he knows of was nice? What the hell?
Apologies, I will be right back.
Okay, Rob.
Hey, Lap, are you doing okay over there? Do you need a moment too?
His eyes look like they're crossed, but Vex seems pumped. Whoa! I never thought about it that way. People could just be family.
Oh, Vex.
Isn't that what Lap and Elba is to you?
Well, I never thought about it like that. I said you're like a mom. You're not actually my mom, but maybe now.
Yeah, found family's pretty important. Honestly, somehow helps out a lot, especially when your blood family's not, the best.
I'm gonna make everyone my family.
Well, you may want to,
slow down there, kid.
Then we'll all get along because that's what family does, right?
But they have to get along with you first.
Slowly comes back to his senses and just puts a hand on Vex. Oh, kid, you're my anchor. Yeah, that's definitely all family does. Get along.
Again, you don't know how funny that is.
I wish it was like that. That would be very, very nice. Maybe we can help him make it like that one day. But that's gonna be a lot of work. Let's take it one step at it. Yeah, let's start with this first, though.
How can an adult be a kid, though? Isn't Calti older than Sigmund? But Sigmund acts like an old man, and Calti doesn't.
It's more Calti's personality. He's well, I've not known him for long, but some people have told me that he's a bit of a troll.
To which Lap says, "Yeah, kid. Sometimes growing up is an option. You could just be a kid forever if you chose not to." Really? Yeah, sure.
Wade blinks. No, that is not good.
To which Arcana says, "All right, let's just start heading back, way, aren't we?"
Yeah, let's go. Even if they're not done there, we have no reason to dilly-dally here.
Chopper nods. Yeah, I want to check back on them too.
Okay, I suppose we should probably like see him jump to the other side.
Yet, not much has progressed as Calti is a gripping vein, and his paws are sinking in a bit because of the feathers.
Oh boy.
But he is quieter at the very least, but not much more than that.
Elba suddenly feels like there's something that he should be angry about, but he doesn't know what. He's just going to ignore it.
Yeah, Vane is going to do like an awkward reciprocation of the gesture. Just kind of like completely unsure of what else to do, and like he was told this is what you do, and he's seen this is what people do, so this is what you do, right?
Could you describe that again?
Oh, I said Veda's going to awkwardly attempt to reciprocate the gesture. Because this is what he's seen people do, and this is what you're supposed to do, right?
This
is what you do, right?
If Elmo was nearby to witness that, he's just going to give Bane a flipper up. But he's probably not there.
I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't be.
Yeah.
Because Edge is like finally like trying to also reach out to Pyro, like, hey, Pyro, like I know you overreact to things a lot, but like, you good, man?
Yeah.
You sure? You're like out of it.
I think now or sometime soon after this would be a good time to tell him about the possible time stabilization method.
Oh shit, you've got one of those?
Well,
Elvis is going to look at Pyroclast and just say, do you actually have something that could do that?
not on hand, but if we locate me and Edge's friend Alex, the three of us could create something that could do it.
Alex is bullshit. Edge nods as much as a hot Edge could.
He's gonna just look at him for a second.
I'm imagining that's like eye closes and like a little bit of a dip.
Correct. That is about the extent of it, with him like hovering lower for just a second before returning to original position.
Huh. Now I'm kind of curious to meet this Alex friend of yours.
He's kind of like Chomper, but lower energy.
Chomper with lower energy. Can't really visualize that. That being the case, though, I am still kind of assuming that he became some sort of water type in this world. From the things you have told me of him.
Honestly, like, yeah.
Honestly, my best guess would be a Merrill of some sort. I guess it's not something I can guarantee, but it's something that we could lead our investigation towards at the very least.
Yeah. Still, I'm wondering how I should even bring this up to Vane. I was a little worried about Alex's safety before, but he's at least shown now he cares in his own way.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, if he was, I mean, if he was a completely not caring individual, he wouldn't be trying to at least consult Guildmaster Calti. I guess he's still the Guildmaster in this place.
Yeah.
Still, though, that was quite the awkward scene. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Elp is going to look towards Bane and Calti to see how they're doing.
Calti is silent, but well, all body expression leans to he's still very sad.
At least he's calmed down. I wish there was anything I could do to try and cheer him up, but this situation is beyond me. The only thing I could possibly do is try and give him a hug, but Ben is already doing that. Wouldn't really do anything coming from me.
Vane is doing his best to give the approximation of a hug.
Yeah, he is going to go. Calti, I'm not exactly good at this. This is a good thing to do, though, right? This isn't making anything worse.
He's going to shake his head.
Then I will continue to do this. If this is not making anything worse.
Always good to give a flipper up to Vane.
I'm pretty sure Vane won't know how to like interpret that because I'm pretty sure that just like looks like a wave kind of.
No. It's just that it's a thumbs up. I just say flipper up because.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because like the entire thing is called a flipper, so like.
Yeah, my bad.
I'm just
Yeah,
like, is he just like giving like a little wave?
It's just a thumbs up, but Elba doesn't have thumbs, so I tried calling it something else.
Yeah.
I guess finger up, but that doesn't sound right. No, yeah, yeah. I'll just call it a thumbs up. Everybody's giving a thumbs up to Vane.
Well, Vane is not verbally occupied, so if you had questions, you could try and ask them of him.
He's just a little bit distracted.
Well, Elba doesn't have any. Sorry. Go ahead.
That he is.
Yeah. Well, Elba doesn't have any questions for me. He has questions for Calti, so that's up to you, That's up to you, Pyroclast.
Pyro?
So, Vane.
Yes.
I'm gonna propose an option to help with
Gimund?
I was waiting for a response.
Oh, you just said you said
Yeah.
I would like to propose an option to help with.
And you didn't say
And then you didn't say anything, so I was just like, is he gonna finish? If he's gonna finish what he was gonna say?
Is that what was that the actual whole statement?
Okay. The proposal I have is that me and Ed Shearer have a friend, and the three of us together would be able to create something that could help stabilize time.
And you're just bringing this up now?
Well, I had to consider my friend's safety first, but seeing this kind of proved to me that you actually do care.
Look, I think the safety is a bit more in question if the timeline does reset. That resets all of us. Well, he's like, he considered Calti a bit, and then it's just like, well, this isn't the actual Calti, so like, I guess he doesn't have to care about the timeline reset thing.
There
He's
is
not saying
both.
that, but that's just like that he's thinking about.
There is both a benefit and a problem with this method, though. Unfortunately, my friend is missing, so we'd have to find him. The benefit is we wouldn't need to rely on the gods in order to help us fix time.
Well, okay, so my big question is whatever you're going to do going to be able to stand up to a god trying to reset time? Does it only work about passive destabilization, or what about active destabilization?
We aren't temporal mechanics experts, but we would be able to at least create a device to be able to handle it. We would have to... This is why I hate temporal mechanics.
Okay, so you have a device that would work against at least passive destabilization.
Well, not have it right now. We would have to create it, but...
There lies the possibility of you creating a device that would be able to stop passive destabilization.
Yeah, and eventually maybe we would be able to make a device that could fix the world's problem, most likely.
Well, I'm not going to count that out, but let's focus on the problem first. The current problem is the destabilization just from us probably going through too many timelines. So, let's start with the one that stops passive destabilization first, obviously, considering that's already happening in our timeline.
Yeah. Plus, it's better to start small scale before you go larger.
Well, we can't take it too slow. We only have so long.
Yeah.
On the plus side, from what I've been able to tell from people in general, at least when it comes to most of this, we're not in Narganda right now. We're in a recreation. And we're currently also outside of the timeline reset's influence, I believe. So, just considering, that he's going to, look towards Calti, and the fact that, it was able to give Calti back memories. So, at the very least, if we're able to be outside, if a reset should happen, outside of its reach, we should also be safe then. Should. I don't exactly want to take that risk, but it's better than being inside, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, if a time reset did happen, will we even be aware that it was beginning to happen before it actually begins? So
Unsure. It might happen unexpectedly. It might have a telltale lead up to it. That's why I wanted to at least try and negotiate with the time deities. They're going to know more about this than any of us, really.
That
so I
is
guess, Vane. Unfortunately, the only information we have on what Alex may be is at least a water type, it seems.
Well, if he also has a boy parasite, he would also be an amnesia, so we can also go by that.
Do we
probably-
know for sure that he has one? Because you have one, but Edge doesn't.
Yeah, but there lies a bit of the problem. If he does have one, he's been having it for 3 years by now. That which means if he hasn't dealt with it, it'd be about to hatch.
Yes, there is that as well, but we can't even rely on him being infected with a void parasite, because obviously, even though you arrive together, we have one here that has one and one here that doesn't.
Well, actually, I got a memory back recently that may explain why. Turns out, Edge here may have died right before we came here.
It's a bit gruesome to think about it that way, but I suppose it makes sense. There was no mind for a boy parasite to attach to, so the body so his body and soul just came here while he was dead. That's just.
Excuse you, I was merely in the process of perishing. I'd not finished.
Okay, that makes more sense.
And also would discount the dead theory, because if he was still even technically alive at all, that's still something for the void parasite to latch onto.
True. Then, I suppose there has been. I suppose there has been some cases where a human Pokemon do arrive without boy parasites, but those are few and far between.
About 10%, yeah.
I will say that it did give me a unique perspective, as a parasite will not usually go into a dying host.
Wait. Are you telling me you saw...
I have more recollection than I should, mayhaps. It didn't seem important at the time, though.
How would this not be important?
I didn't seem very much, other than these huge monstrous things came and one of them, touched Alan, and then it looked at me, and the pile that I was once, and went on its way.
How would you think this isn't important?
Well, I didn't learn anything in particular.
But this is
Edge.
What do you mean you didn't learn anything in particular? You just admitted that you saw things that happened.
Yes.
This is actually pretty huge for us, you know. We are unable to observe boy parasites as they are when in the tunnels between worlds. This is something we have never been able to observe. What a unique phenomena.
Well, I guess the world doesn't usually get many people that are in the process of perishing.
The fact that you were aware while all of that was happening is huge.
How have you been here for 3 years and not read up on anything to do with any of this to realize that this is a big deal?
These two knuckleheads have been vagrants for this entire time. I do not understand.
Edge does his best to shrug and say, "Okay, you have this information. What about it? What can you do with it?"
Well, at the very least, we know that Ellen does have a boy that Alex does have a boy parasite, which means we are actually on a time limit when it comes to finding him.
Maybe he's in a better state.
Maybe, but we don't know that. And also, if you were aware that when you guys were jumping between worlds, how did you guys got so lost with each other when you in the transition between worlds? Did like Alex arrive here and then when you guys arrived, he wasn't there?
Let me explain a little bit. There was an accident with the portal, and an explosion blew up one of the stabilizers.
And I basically had Alan in a death grip, so we were being separated not that easily.
Ah, okay. So
I had shielded him from a blast after all. A proper explosion. I was chunks.
So in the transition between worlds, you guys were he just got sent to a completely different location. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, probably.
And Edge, one reason this is critically important is because it does prove there are greater void creatures out there. It proves their existence, and since they are attempting to infiltrate worlds or any such number of things, it does mean that they could be potentially attempting to, I don't know, invade the world or something. This is critical information, because the only thing that was listed as being known was just that void parasites exist, not that they were being placed there intentionally by a greater intelligence creatures.
Oh, well then, I guess I should probably also mention then that, by the time we'd arrived and were being turned into Pokemon, there were two figures that I couldn't make out no matter how hard I looked that were very loudly complaining that these ones got messed up as well. And that maybe they should try getting some from less direct lines.
That sounds like a conversation with one of the gods. From the way that this was speaking, from the way that was said.
Edge, do I need to give you the squirrel again?
You wouldn't dare.
Seriously, Edge, why? How have you been living here with Pyroclast 3 years and you have just failed to mention all this stuff? You just kind of just kept him unaware of the boy parasite for 3 years as well. That's kind of irresponsible of you.
Yes, it was extremely irresponsible. You are handling it how?
Oh, well, when the memories happened, I attacked the void parasite.
That is not handling any bit of this except for it directly impacting Pyroclast, and you didn't tell Pyroclast about it at all either.
I liked letting him have his adventure. He was kind of stagnating a little bit back in our world.
Then why, if your entire point was not wanting to interrupt his adventure with highly critical information, didn't you at least tell relevant authorities about it?
I wanted to spend as little time around Sigmund as I could. He was a chode.
Sigmund is the medical expert when it comes to any such void parasite related things, yes. What about the fact that, there's organizations such as the Academy out there or the Guild, and you absolutely knew that things were intentionally placing the void parasites and picking the hosts?
Well, if you're not going to be telling others about this, edge, I suppose I could. Although I will have to tell it in your behalf. And although unfortunately for our current situation, it might be a little late. Actually, wait. You said that you were aware when you were in the middle of being transformed into Pokemon. Was Alex already too far away for you to see when that was happening?
No, I don't think so.
What was he turning into? If you can recall. You don't have to say the species if you don't know it. You just have to tell me if any particular point and features.
I think a stone came out of his pocket.
Stone?
Yes. It's one of the ones we got through one of the early portal experiments. I think it turned into water.
Okay, so we can confirm water type. Anything else?
No. Not really.
Well, it was worth a shot. At least we can confirm that he's definitely a water type, though. That does narrow things down considerably. Although he could still be a variant, but still.
At this point, Vade is legitimately just kind of glaring at Edge.
Oh, and Pyroclast looks like he has ideas.
If it wasn't for the fact that Vade was already having to keep his shadow, very much so, under control, considering, he is being hugged and his shadow doesn't like people touching him, he would absolutely probably, try and have it, smack Edge really quickly.
That would actually be funny, honestly. I think Edge deserves it in this instance.
Probably, but he's being saved by the fact that Vade is not letting his shadow get out of control at all, considering he is currently being hugged by Calti.
Yeah.
But I guess
I'm gonna have to go through the archive later, aren't I?
Haven't you already?
What is this archive that you speak of? You have mentioned it a few times, but I don't know what you mean when you say that.
Oh. It's basically a giant information space created by my implants.
Oh? You have implants.
Alright, as as interesting as this is, I have just thought of something. Which is, considering the topic of everything before, I highly doubt that Calti wants to hear me continually get mad and yell at people. So, if you
No.
could maybe take this a bit elsewhere.
Yeah. Fair.
Elba is nodding. Elba is bowing his head. I apologize.
It took Vane until after he was calming down a bit from it in order to realize, oh wait, hold on. The topic of Calti being upset was me constantly complaining and yelling at him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm over here sitting quietly, just thinking that in my head. Like, oh, this is a thing.
So Vane is gonna check on Calti again, because, like...
Elba is also checking on Calti, honestly.
Pyroclast is heading outside with Edge in a firm grip.
Teams, I guess, slowly making their way back to Calti and Vane, I suppose.
Yep.
How
They may
is
have
Calti
arrived
doing?
by this point. Well, Calti has since released Vane, and he's looking... Well, it's hard to say, really, but he is standing on his own again.
Guildmaster Calti, how are you feeling, if you can say?
Bad? Probably bad.
I'd be surprised if it wasn't bad, honestly. My apologies for that little scene earlier. Things kind of the ball for a moment.
Nah, I get it. Whew.
Vane is just going to go, I acted towards you like that a lot, didn't I?
Rob. Yes. As he seems to go and check with his memories.
Say that again?
Calti does seem to have to check with his memories, but does otherwise confirm.
Hmm.
So, just in general, how much did the instance give you back?
Couple of timelines.
I'm assuming they were not good ones.
No.
Elba just has a bit of a neutral expression, trying to process the idea that Calti was just given multiple times worth of memories back.
Or rather, they weren't very successful.
They were from the period where you're trying to be nice to me and it wasn't working, wasn't it?
No, not even a little bit.
Oh, then, was that sarcasm about it, or were you just upset and thinking of something else?
Nope, that, I was saying that no, it didn't work even a little bit. The by trying to be nicer to you thing.
Ah,
You were a very suspicious person.
Well, at least probably from my perspective, especially if I didn't know your origins or anything that you did with the gods, I was abducted, lost my memories, and then the guildmaster is a very... I'm just going to say you act very differently than other people and is taking special interest.
yeah, I'm not going to lie, Master Calti. That is very suspicious behavior.
Until you actually explained things, I was very suspicious of you in the current timeline that I'm from. It also didn't help that I also felt you turn off a bunch of the invaders' brains while you're still connected to my mind.
You. That was just me being a little careless.
But
Well-
Blinks. Careless mind crush. Ah.
I think he's saying careless where I was still able to feel it.
Ah.
I'd forgotten to disconnect before I just turned them off.
So, with things like that and erratic behavior and sudden interest, I probably was not very receptive. Well, I guess at least you know you succeeded eventually with at least one timeline. I can't really speak for other ones because, well, the only other me that I actually know about is the one that killed you and then stuck around. And not that I've talked to him or heard anything other than that is the case.
How do you even learn of the existence of this being?
Our Calti told me about him. Mostly because he was from one of the timelines where Calti was being mean to me on purpose, and our Calti was feeling extremely guilty at the time.
Ah. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
I have employed many strategies, oftentimes because I forget what I am doing.
Yes, this is why I'm trying my best to help you. Just in general, but specifically also with figuring out abilities.
Why does the one that hates me the most is the one that sticks around?
If it helps, Belphe sounded extremely, let's say... he took note and mentioned multiple times how wrathful I am, apparently.
Oh, so he knows you. Also, who?
A demon god that we were just talking to, apparently.
What the fuck?
Yeah, we went through a rift and talked to a demon god that the world was trying to invite to recreate hell.
Because if the gods are not going to do it, I guess the world itself is calling for is calling for a signal.
And apparently,
Yes.
I am noticeably full of wrath. So that would probably help explain why the one that hates you the most is the one that stuck around. If it helps, I am also trying my best to find a way to stick around.
We have been made aware of the timeless resettings, and we don't want that to happen.
Calti is passively sweating as he's thinking, right, I'm pretty sure I've never heard of a demon god before, okay.
If it helps you a bit with that whole thing, it's the demon god of sloth, one of the 7 deadly sin manifestations of sloth. Or, I guess, the...
Where did he come from? Pretty sure we didn't have any of those left.
Apparently he doesn't have his realm be in hell. Instead, he just is in his own pocket dimension thing of kind of his own slice of hell.
He can just exist outside of a hell? Wait, is he
Yes.
on loan from somewhere else?
Yes, apparently.
You can do that?
Apparently, the world was trying to negotiate and was failing. Let me just put it this way. He is prolific enough to know of me from the Kaza of our timeline because our Kaza left the world for a little bit. And apparently mentioned me on a world where he controlled it, and so he knew about me.
So that means that boy Kaza also ended up meeting a demon god. How very intriguing.
He might have, or he could have just mentioned me on the world, because he might just be omniscient if you're on his worlds.
That's true.
That's wild.
Yeah. So I'm also thinking about pursuing that for timeline things, because again, I don't want to be reset, and honestly, if nothing else, I need to find a way that you can keep your own notebooks.
You know, considering how much my personal life have been turned upside down after this whole thing, part of me kind of feels like maybe I do want things to reset so that I can go back to when before I began meddling with the gods. But at the same time, we have much things have happened to me and the people around me. I don't want all this knowledge to go away.
Understandable.
And speaking of that, Calti, do you have anything that you want to say to our timeline version of you?
I can't think of any nice words.
Okay, look, Calti, I know that you have a large amount of self-hatred, but can you at least say something to them about maybe at least things that you've learned or discovered? You have a memory problem. You should at least try to talk to yourself.
He is going to be considering, but Vane, maybe it's through your own shadow, but you're pretty sure that he was considering the words "kill yourself immediately."
Oh boy.
Hey, boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Before finally settling on, should probably go and talk to Marin.
Marin? What is that?
Just real quick, did Vane actually pick that up from his shadow? Like,
It is possible. It is more attuned to negative emotions, after all.
okay, I just wanted to make sure that Vane actually gets that. Because he's going to frown and go, I'm going to pass that along. But also, Calti, that wouldn't solve anything. The other thing.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't say anything else.
You didn't say anything, but he is going to motion down to the obviously autonomous shadow. I might be a little bit attuned to negative emotions.
Oh. Okay.
First of all, no. Second of all, you already know it wouldn't help. The fact that you are continuing to exist means that you already know that wouldn't help.
Elba's just tilting his head.
Yeah, Vane at least is not going to basically tell everyone that the Guildmaster is suicidal.
No, yeah, that's probably for the best. Just leave Elba unaware. He doesn't need to know this.
Chopper's empathy senses are tingling. He is speeding up his pace for some reason, walking ahead of everybody. They may wonder why he's walking so fast.
Calti, can at least admit that you know it wouldn't actually help or solve anything.
I know. I do know that.
Okay, is there anything that they should go and talk to Marin about, or am I just going to have to find our version of Calti and tell him to go talk to your necromancer friend?
Hey, Ido.
Oh, you know that she is that.
Yes.
Okay.
Mostly because, as a part of your breakdown, I was kind of also asking if you had any friends that you could rely on.
Okay. We should probably go and tell her about this timeline stuff, maybe.
She doesn't know about the timeline things.
I don't talk to people about these things.
Calti, please, just... You don't have to tell them everything, but at least could you tell them about the fact that they might get erased and reset? I'm not trying to scold you right now. I'm trying to say you should at least attempt to tell your friends things.
They are your closest confidants, aren't they? If you can't tell them about this, then who can? Then who can you tell?
I didn't even tell Sigmund about it, but he just sort of figured it out on his own. Apparently, leaving this world and trying to come back to the right iteration is kind of difficult.
Oh, great.
That makes sense.
Which also means that if we leave the world to try and... Wait, the right iteration, does that mean that all of the timelines are accessible?
No, but there is more than one running at the same time right now.
We've had a... Vale looks like he's literally just, lost all of his breath.
Elba blinks. How does that even work?
I don't know.
Selfie. The timeline has degraded into having parallels from one original.
Elba just throws his flippers into the air.
Maybe. Probably.
We need to get those stabilizers.
Just let Pyro work on his Granton reality anchors.
Okay. Well, we're going, Calti, we're going to be in the instance for a while because we're going to have to see basically all of Sigmund's life. Which means we're going to be popping up occasionally throughout this, and I'm not exactly sure where. I do know Sigmund's life story, at least the broad strokes. So...
I could give you some more information on that. I did my own digging, and now I remember things, such as him being actually cursed.
Alright, that would be helpful.
What is he cursed with? I've not read much into curses, but at least I know they exist.
Well, it's not him specifically, it's his bloodline. I think it gets his father's side.
Oh, that makes complete sense. Actually, this whole kingdom is cursed.
No, just the royal line.
Okay, well, that would be helpful, but just so that way we get through everything, would you mind at least instating us as a team here, so that way if we do show up, we do show up in guild records and maybe cover for us a little bit?
Yes. Yes, I will do that.
Okay, thank you.
Ah, yes. Actually, talking about that, Guildmaster Calti, there is something guild related that I wanted to ask you about. We waiting for the opportunity to do so. We're kind of discussing some things before you arrived, and I'm just wondering, in the academy on the island, do you know of a book called The Great Ascending?
Um, no.
Is this something that you could look into me and maybe procure the book for me? Because I believe it's something that could give us some information on some stuff that we're trying to figure out when it comes to the gods.
Okay. Sure. I guess.
Elba gives a smile. Thank you so much. And the thing is that we kind of were trying to cheat a little, by trying to get a copy of the book with somebody who has admin powers over the illusion, but they were unable to do so. So the book has something protecting it from it just being done stuff like that. I'm guessing it's very important. Is if it actually does have information about the gods, that would make sense.
Oh. Then I guess I better get a move on that.
Elba gives a thumbs up.
Okay, so team. What name should I give you?
Well, I don't particularly want to use our actual team name.
Team Chaos. As Chomper shows up right then, and I'm kidding.
Everybody's looking at Bane. Well, even though Belphe hasn't known Bane for so long, he could just kind of tell what Bane is thinking at the moment.
Vex erupts. Snack attack!
No.
Team snack attack.
No.
We could use my team's name, if you prefer that.
Well, okay, it shouldn't matter this much because it's mostly just going to be a temporary thing while we're here. On one hand, I don't like our actual current team name. On the other hand, the others should probably be here for the whole deciding what our team name is going to be. Because we are going to have to suffer through it, so...
That is fair enough. If they have already gone to examine the there, they will probably be back any time now. We can just wait for them then.
Yeah, they can probably arrive by this point.
Thumbs up.
Hey, at least to them, Calti's looking a lot better.
Yes, he's been thoroughly distracted. Even though he was ready to get reprimanded again once Vane figured out, oh no, there's multiple timelines running exactly at this moment.
They considered it for a second and went, oh wait, no, okay. Me doing that to him results in what happened before, and I don't want that to happen again.
Thumbs up.
He was literally about to start reprimanding and then was like, wait, I shouldn't do that.
He's really internalizing this. But yes, the rest of
Meanwhile-
the team does arrive.
They see Pyroclast with Edge outside.
Why do I feel like Pyroclast has just been strangling Edge this entire time?
You
Where-
may try, boy. Remember that I have an edge. Haha.
It wouldn't even work anyways. He need to breathe.
Fool that you are, choking me with no throat.
Oh, Squirrel, there you are.
Yeah. What's going on over here?
Seems like Calti's finally calmed down.
Endowment.
IDDoThings tipped $25. Zrax heart Razim heart.
Oh my.
Hooray!
Ido, thank you so much for that tip. Thank you for supporting the channel. That is the third tier of the tip goal completed. One more. Anyways, you were saying, Gimund?
Yeah, it seems like Calti's calmed down now.
Well, that's good to hear.
And I learned Edge was withholding information again.
I didn't think it was relevant.
So he lied?
Not lied. Just didn't say information that would have been nice.
Does he have a tongue that we can cut out?
Unfortunately, no.
Touch me and your soul is mine, boy.
Oh, I don't need to touch you directly. As he just fingers the blades of his tools. His weapons.
They shall shatter before I do. And I will stop you from repairing them.
I'm kind of
Yeah.
intrigued to see if that is actually the case. I mean, I could kind of understand if I were to hit you with this side of the matic, but I don't know about if I hit you with the hammer. I mean, that one's kind of really, really thick and sturdy. Like, I feel like you'd probably be the one that shattered.
I have moves and it does not. All it has is force.
Huh. So how to give it a move?
I feel I have made an error.
I just gonna point out, using mood with weaponry is actually something that you can do.
Should you have a compatible one? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but we're still trying to figure out how that's going to work.
Indeed.
Speaking of, how is that write-up coming, Tal?
It's going. I've been very busy from work, and when I got home today, my power was out, so I was unable to do anything until like 5 minutes before session was supposed to start.
Fair enough.
But I think you guys would be very interested in the information Edge withheld.
Chomper's kind of ignoring it a little bit. Like, that sounds good, but can I have a moment to talk with Calti?
Yeah.
Chomper's gonna approach Calti.
Calti looks at Chomper.
How are you doing? You just went through a lot.
Well, more calm, but not all the way.
That's fair. And Chomper's like trying to talk slow. Take your time with that. You just had a lot happen. Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Do you still feel Kaza and Noah in there?
No.
No? So
Nope.
it's been just you, huh? I was wondering if you could hear them or something.
No, it's just me for a long time now.
Chomper gets a little closer and puts a kind of a testing hand on Calti's shoulder.
He does not go away.
It sounds like you've been by yourself for a while, or at least you feel that way even more. You know, you're not alone, especially when you're here. I want to listen to what that heart sense is right now so I can understand more, but I know right now I just want you to know that you're not alone, and I consider you a friend. I'd like to get to know you even more. And I think you put a lot on yourself, and nobody's perfect. I think that you should definitely give yourself some credit. You've helped us out a lot. And you may not be Kaza and Noah like separately or anything, but Kaza and Noah has helped us a lot. And everything you've done has been helping in some way. Just thought you should know that.
He's going to look away a little, like he's not sure if he should hear that.
Do you mind if I listen for just a moment?
Yep. He will not object. But certainly... Alright, let's roll it.
Well, there's a 10.
Miracles can happen.
Hey, this might be...
Alright.
Well,
there are no ones.
You could always vigor to get those 9s exploding.
Oh. I suppose that is an option.
I don't know if you want to do that. I'm smoke quitting out. You guess not?
Rex, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
So that's
I could
4
use-
successes.
Because I use a soul, I suppose, and throw another one.
Well, you could also
There's no-
vigor. Well, you could also just use the soul to add 1 dice, but
Oh yeah, that's an option.
yeah, it's rarely used, but it is still an option. You could also vigor to have those 9s count as 10s.
Ah, really?
Yeah,
Huh,
it's called
you
a
know
vigor
what?
overcharge.
Sure, you know what? For this situation, Chomper's currently, kind of really feeling kind of connected to Calti in a way due to that last vision, and he's really wanting to like do anything he can to help. So he's really trying to his best to. Yeah, I don't know why I rewrote those two. Don't ignore that.
Well, no,
Over
that's
10,
what
there you
you're
go.
supposed to do because they become 10, so you roll them again.
Oh, okay. So that means
But at
I
least this
rolled,
does move it up to being 6 successes.
Well, it has still turned into 6 successes still, which is more. Yes. So, here's what you hear. It sounds like just anxiety and overwhelm. And Calti seems calmer than he was before. If you had heart sensed him before, it might have been something else. But this is better? Oh my god! As I have posted the song that he is hearing in Lost in Chaos. It is a song called MR.
MR, magic resistance.
I mean, it could be an acronym for anything. I really don't know why it's called that. Make your own, like married rich or something. But yeah, it's like you put anxiety on a music sheet.
Yeah.
To be fair, if Chomper did decide to try to heart sense Vade before, I did also provide a very anxiety-filled song in case.
Chomper's kind of nodding to the beat a little bit. Eye twitches just a moment. And he begins to kind of speak while his eyes are closed. Yeah. It sounds very fast. Like you're trying to almost reach the end of the song really, really, really fast, too. Reminds me of Breakbeat. I can see. Yeah, I can hear different ways this is going, but it's never really quite the same melody because it's going to different ways. Chomper opens his eyes a bit. You really do need to stop and take a breath and give yourself some credit. You've been doing a lot.
Doesn't feel like it.
Yeah. You're trying to be perfect. Chomper shakes his head. Nobody can be perfect.
Hey, Guildmaster Calti? Do you mind if I say something?
Just, it did sound like Digi got interrupted.
Yeah, I know.
So.
That door opened. Let's wait for like a moment then.
Yeah. I mean, not too much for it to discuss right now because it's mostly just current seed is just trying to get a resolution for something.
I live
Alright.
again. Pardon, I was interrupted.
No worries. Welcome back.
Yes, but I did hear what Chomper had. So he's pretty silent, though. As well, unfortunately, you're trying to convince him to accept good things when Vane heard his potentially very negative thoughts, especially when he asked you, so what would you tell the other Calti? Kill yourself immediately.
At least Vade got him to admit that it wouldn't help a thing.
Elba's gonna say, Guildmaster Calti, do you mind if I say something? You got interrupted again.
Yeah, I'm over waiting for a moment to like say something else too, but he keeps getting.
Timing out of 10. It always happens just then.
Yeah. If nothing else, the community timing is impeccable.
Okay.
Welcome
I
back.
think I'm not being interrupted.
Welcome back. Elba is saying, Guildmaster Calti, do you mind if I say something?
Go ahead.
I know this doesn't mean much coming from me, but the Guild, this entire organization that you are in command of, well, I personally think that you have been doing a great job with it, and that isn't just me just saying it to make you feel better. Like, I cannot even imagine how much you have gone through when it comes to all this timeline stuff, but I can speak for my current world, my current iteration. I mean, the reason why I even decided to make a team to begin with was because, well, it was something I decided to do with Lab before Bex joined us, but it was because, well, we wanted to help people out, and that is what the guild always sets out to do. Well, many teams do have their different reasons for being made. A lot of them seek fame, others just seek to become stronger, others just do it for whatever. But there's plenty of people out there that just make teams because we want to make the world a better place. And I honestly, you have attracted a lot of Pokemon that set out to do that. I think you have been doing a great job, a good job with that.
Scribble, 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 scribble.
He is considering and nods slowly. Well, okay. Thank you.
Elba's nodding his head and
Chompers.
giving a small bow.
Chomper speaks up again. I definitely can understand this song. You got a lot on your mind, and it's hard to keep up with everything. And you also have times where you can't remember stuff. Here, and Chomper hands a note that literally has a lot of 90% of what Elva just said. And here, there's another note that just simply, says, "Hi, I'm Chomper, and you're doing a great job. I'm your friend, and if you want, a part of your family." Hands the note as well. I hope I don't mess this up, and anybody can help fill in the blanks. But we saw a memory of yours when you've met Sigmund before, and you didn't know who you were. And he helped you figure things out. And he kind of, in his own way, agreed that you two are family. So, yeah, just want you to know that, yeah, I'd like to be your friend. and I think you're doing good. You should go easy on yourself. You ask a lot when you have a lot to do, and a lot that you put on yourself.
Huh. Said that to me, huh? Okay.
And you should, yeah, I don't know how you and Vane, how that went, but Vane doesn't understand how how to handle emotions that well, but he's trying, and he does care, and we just don't have a lot of the, you know, not stuff that you know about or that everybody knows about, especially with all this timeline stuff. But yeah, I know how hard it can be to have a reaction that you may not understand or may not seem good. So yeah, I just want you to know he does care, and that you should give it some time, and yeah, make those notes and talk to us more so we can understand what's going on with you too, because yeah, it's hard to understand if you don't tell us. And same way too.
I'm not a good person, you know?
Thumper shakes his head and then leans in for a hug. I think you're good. You shouldn't say that about yourself.
No, I let some bad things happen because it's easier. It leads to easier things for me later, I mean.
It's hard to do the right thing. Sometimes we mess up and do the wrong thing. That doesn't make you bad. It's about what you do now.
Right. Okay. I can be better.
Thumper smiles and nods. Hey, that's a good start. Say something nice about yourself. Now, if you don't believe it, that's okay. Just take your time with it, okay?
Okay, then I should probably start with if the timelines are consistent. Hold on.
Also, Gimund, what was that?
I don't know.
That was certainly a noise.
What was that noise?
I didn't even hear that it was so high pitched.
Why were you making that noise?
I didn't realize that could be picked up.
Yeah, good. Now we need an answer.
Good, yeah. Now we want to know.
I was just up vocalizing, oh no, because of Calti's self-hate thing.
Yeah, I actually kind of figured that's what you were responding to.
I figured you were stretching and forgotten to mute.
Alright, they should be handled. So,
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
okay. Calti's going to frown, put his hands together before looking at Vane. You're gonna be mad. And that's fine this time.
Calti, I'm almost always mad about something. It's going to be hard to top how mad I am at Edge right now.
Kaza needs more sleep, and I was telling Sigmund to ignore that.
Why?
Probably because I hated him.
Vane is just staring right now.
Elba's just staring as well.
Air
like
grows a
more
little
self-hate.
colder.
So tell me, to stop doing that.
I think I will, yes.
Jumper speaks up. The way I look at it, that's more self-hate. That's what we're trying to work on right now. Yeah, you shouldn't be mean to yourselves, even if they're split up. It's honestly kind of different than, yeah, but I think it's kind of the same.
It's also the irresponsibility that makes me very angry about this. Calti is the guild master, Kaza was a member of the guild, and Sigmund is at the very least a doctor that works with the guild. The guild master just admitted to telling a guild doctor to not treat a guild member.
Yes,
Yep.
Vane, but let's look at it, everything.
I am trying to. This just upsets me very greatly.
It also upsets you because it's Casa, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. And so it's upsetting me for multiple reasons, and I'm trying to ignore all of them, and I don't think it's working.
I do not blame you.
Yeah. Just breathe though, because in a way he's still part of Kaza too. There's a lot going on there.
Look, I know and I understand that. This does not change how I feel about it.
It is. I know as a character you do have to learn how to regulate your emotions, but it is okay to be upset. And honestly, this is. I do not blame you for being upset about this. This is upsetting.
I am trying not to be upset at Calti right now. That is the thing I am trying to do.
Elba nods.
Me being upset at him has only made things worse, apparently. And so, I am trying to not be upset, and it is not working.
It probably won't help, but I can also tell you things that worked for Kaza.
Why would that... Yes, tell me that.
Okay. So, Kaza... Well, for one, he needs more sleep before his psychic powers start activating properly. And I mean like 12 hours a day. Still less than a normal, but that should be enough for him to start actually recovering mentally.
Has he been sleep deprived that much?
He's been sleeping about 8 hours. And that's also... He tends to use rest instead of actually sleeping.
Oh no, that's not good. Rest is specifically a move that's going to mess up.
I've asked him to stop doing that.
Yeah.
I did not know that he needed to be sleeping more than 8 hours, though. I thought 8 hours would be fine.
Oh no, a normal cadaver sleeps 18 hours a day.
He's been
Eh,
sleeping less than half.
Maybe we should have him see the demon with sleep.
I'm not entirely sure if that's going to be possible. I mean, from what that demon said, the only reason why he's here is because we're not in our actual world.
Counterpoint, Kaza has apparently been to a place that Belphe has at least some amount of control over before, so we're just going to have to get him back there.
Fair enough.
Belphe emerged from Atrano's hair and says, like, nah, he's already been there. Your world's time and my world's is kind of disjointed. He's been there for like 2 months, and I've already been making sure about that. Plus, he's got my mark. I'm not giving him a choice in the matter.
Wait, what? Is he there right now?
Nah, he left. He went back.
Ah,
Okay, so at least there's that. At least there's that. What else?
Well, with the sleep efficiency, 8 hours should meet the requisite 12 hours that was formerly required.
Okay, well, I'm still not happy about this, but go on, Calti.
Calti does seem a little relieved that apparently that was already taken care of. So he will ask, so Sigmund brought him to you? Yeah, and a lot of other people too. Oh, so he is gone against the orders? Didn't talk about any orders, but I guess he probably decided to fuck them. Yes, fuck those orders. I mean,
orders?
the ones that I probably told him to ignore Kaza's condition.
Okay, good. Huh. At least he's upholding his oath as a doctor.
Well, I'll have to see. I'm gonna have to check the medical records or something to see when this got mentioned.
Fair enough.
But
Okay, so for the things that worked, once Kaza's he is properly rested. His psychic ability is more subconscious than conscious.
well, that explains why he at least reacted well to using it with emotion earlier.
Yes.
I mean, that does make sense when Abras are asleep more often they're awake. Their powers would be more subconscious than conscious.
Yes. So, what you found to work was making a subroutine rather than an active routine. Such as do X when X condition has been met. Making motions with intent.
Motions with intent apparently awakens the dogs.
True.
I know we keep memeing about this, but this is legitimately getting kind of annoying.
It is a little bit. How do you think it is for me? Anyway.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, like if he was going to push someone away, take a stance back and then push his hand forward. Or the opposite, if he was going to pull someone towards him. Somatic components.
I was thinking about that. I guess it's a good thing to know that works.
Yeah, there's a Cubone that helps him learn that. His name was Comet?
Is he with the guild?
No, actually, he thinks the guild stinks.
Vane isn't gonna comment on that. He's just gonna go, alright, well, if he's not with the guild, where can we find him?
Oh, he's in Domovoy. He's a intermediate metalworker.
Oh, at least he's close.
Worker?
Yeah. He's actually got some gravity-based maneuvers.
I mean, you mentioned metalworker. That piqued Squirrel's
Oh.
interest.
Oh, we heard your mic activate, but not what you actually said.
Yeah.
Oh, I just said metalworker?
Yep. Apparently, there is a Cubone in Domovoy that in other timelines has helped Kaza learn his psychic things. A Cubone of all things.
Yeah. By the way, Domovoy is that smithing town that has like the 2 dungeons. It's like right next to us.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Well, just in case
Yeah,
people
the-
forgot.
Yeah. Help is good enough.
There's
Oh, I heard about that.
Wednesday.
I heard about that time right before we were kidnapped into this illusion. Also, what were you gonna say? What were you saying, Rob?
I was saying bronze and Scruff would just murmur bronze and gold because he did research right at the start, and that was one of the names on the list.
Yeah.
Oh,
It was that and like Gullykin.
Fucking
Which was
Gully
the
King,
port.
yeah.
Which was the port town, yeah. Season 1, woo!
yay!
Yeah.
Yay for callbacks.
Yep. But yeah, between the two of you, Kaza starts getting a handle on his psychic abilities, probably because Kamas also usually points out that Kaza is sleeping way less than he should.
That
That
definitely,
would have been helpful to know earlier, yes.
definitely does make sense, though. Huh.
Thank you for telling us now.
Yeah.
Something about it.
Better late than never, I suppose.
Let's see, what else? Oh yeah. One of the reasons that Kaza really stuck with the trading a lot more than he should have was because he wanted to catch up to people that he admired. But that didn't pan out too well, and then he got very discouraged, seeing him as a failure who couldn't catch up to anyone in any aspect. But he does have one thing that he is overlooking. His protect material
An earnest
actually has a
disciple.
lot of potential left that he hasn't found in it.
Oh, Casa knows a version of Protect?
Yeah, he actually knows a couple. I've been helping him train it a bit.
Oh. When we see him, perhaps I could help with that. I also know a version of Protect, although not sure if mine and Kaza's is compatible. They can kind of go in many different forms.
Well, the thing is that he can make it into shapes.
Oh.
I mean, it doesn't last, but like it is a practically indestructible material for all of 6 seconds.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to last if you just stick it in front of where someone's moving in a wedge shape or something.
Yes.
Has he ever tried coding it around himself like this? Elba is gonna use Protect, and suddenly there's a thin coat of some material around him.
Yes, actually. Sometimes he uses that to grab something that is hot. Improv oven mitt.
Such a,
That's
such a classic.
that actually sounds kind of cute. Not going to lie.
Or sometimes when he needs a platform. But just the one.
Being able to use protect like that is actually very impressive. I mean, being able to use protect from range is already impressive enough as it is. Being able to ship it like that, that's actually truly fascinating. He really does have a gift with that move.
He does, doesn't he? But he's probably not going to pay much attention to it. It was just a hobby to him at the time. So I thought maybe I should bring that up, maybe to offset just some of the awful things that I do have done.
Listen, people make mistakes all the time. Some of us will make awful things. Some of those things can be unforgivable, but it's never too late to try and repent for them. So I do appreciate that.
Besides, if it's any consolation, again, like I said, I know about you effectively trying to antagonize and torture me, and I still don't particularly care.
Right.
Elva's going to rub the back of his head.
So, yeah. Anyway, what should I register you as a temporary team name?
Yeah, so just to get everyone caught up before you showed up, I was asking if he could register us as a team in this instance and help cover for us. But this does mean we're going to need a team name.
How about Found Family?
As a team name?
The first thing that came to mind.
What about
Vex? Yes, victory for family. Victory.
Well,
What
we
about
could
Team
go
Up?
with one of our original suggestions. Team Chestnut.
The air gets frostier still.
What was that, Rob?
The air gets frostier still.
Vex looks confused. Why would you have a chestnut? Don't eat that.
Chomper, when we got here, would eat a lot of chestnuts. And so, one of the team's name suggestions that was immediately shot down was Team Chestnut. One of the reasons that we even went with Team Chaos originally is just because it was mildly less worse.
It feels good on my teeth.
Is your mouth made out of bones?
No, he had to go to the doctor immediately. He was bleeding.
Oh no, don't.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Vex like, oh no, Chopper, don't do that. You can't. No one eats a spike. You don't go and eat a pine cone, would you?
What's a pine
Vex
cone?
is now considering the consequences of eating a pine cone. However, what if it was actually delicious, though?
They was just gonna head this off by saying, no, we're not going to go eating pine cones either.
I wasn't thinking that.
Me neither.
Elba's looking at Bex and Chomper. Both we are not eating inedible things. Got it? Not things that will actually harm you.
I wasn't eating chestnuts.
I'm getting better. I'm reading books.
Bex, I can tell when you I can tell when you're getting ideas in your head.
Shh.
Still though, I actually kind of like that found family idea. How about being familiar?
Lap raises his hand. Team chosen. To which Adrano and Artanis are just looking at him directly.
Vane is almost immediately going to go, only a percentage of the people here are chosen Pokemon.
Yeah, but like, we could just be super brazen about it.
I mean, it could be chosen Pokemon and those who support them.
That's not a team name, though.
I mean, Team Chosen does sound like a cool name, and it's not like completely wrong.
It is, though. You know what? If you guys want to go with it, sure, but I will just not like it.
Oh, I got it. Chosen family.
Yes. Now Vex is on board again.
Chomper, do you just want to go with a name that has family in it?
Nothing is stronger.
For the family. What was that?
Yeah, but
Someone hurts. Someone. Vin Diesel just pops up in the background.
Scruff is just looking quietly between Vex and Chomper, like, what the fuck? He doesn't say it, but his expression is,
I mean, what do the rest of you think?
I like the found family one.
Both of that and some of the justice.
Look, dude, what about just referencing the fact that we're not from here and we're effectively just going to be traveling around everywhere and go with something like Team Traveler or something?
No matter.
Not exactly from here.
Team Hunters. Artanis offers.
Hunters?
Sure. We're looking for something.
You know what? I already don't like our original team name, and this one's temporary anyway, so just go with whatever. Vane has decided that he no longer cares what the team name actually even is at this point.
Is it even a possibility for us to find a name that we can all agree with? Where it's just going to speak out?
Well, we can't really work together much anyway, so probably not.
Lab. Team Hiku.
What did Lab said?
Hiku.
Hiku.
At this point, he's just laughing. To which Atrano is going to say, no. What about Team Journeyman?
Guys, Chomper's inner monologue, anytime he hears that from Squirrel, yes, you are correct. One day we'll be a team. One day.
Team Journeyman. Well, I think that works for what we're trying to do here. We are on a journey to learn about Sigmund, apparently. Well, that's mainly Chomper, but we're here for the ride, so we might as well do it as well.
Vex crosses his arms. He wants family, though. Until Artanis leans in closer, that Journeymen are a group. So it's not... He's warming up to it.
Well, I approve of it.
I also like it for our temporary name here, the Journeyman. We are on a journey to uncover a lot of stuff in here.
No, I'm not against it. But I do hope that one day that we can, feel like a found family.
Yeah. All right, I guess this is the team name then.
Anybody disagrees with it?
What shapes his body?
No disagreements here, so let's stick with that.
All right, I'll go register you and give you some rank. I'll make some reports somewhere.
All right, Calti, before you head off somewhere, Vades is going to start writing down the list of things that was talked about, including the book that that Elva requested, because he has the feeling that Calti already forgot about the book.
Ah.
So he's gonna like write out the things that Calti is supposed to go do and give it to Calti. And just go, this way you won't forget.
Yep, I'll definitely do that.
Stick it on your forehead so that it will always be there.
I can just carry it.
That seems impractical. How are you going to read it if it's on your forehead?
It was just a bit. It was just a little joke. Burden used to stick his nose on people's foreheads at times.
Ah.
Yeah.
And as Vade like hands it over, he is going to lead in towards Calti and like kind of like lowly say, "Also, Calti, you should really try and find a way to live through this. You may have been created by an instance, but you should at least try and see if there's a way you can live past this."
I'll give it a go.
I'm not going to tell the others what you were thinking, but I do want to encourage you to try.
I'll see what I can do to live.
All right, and Vane will make sure that Calti has the paper.
He is going to take the paper and then he is going to teleport away.
And then the paper stays behind.
No.
Oh Lord.
Oh God, if it did,
That would be infuriating, I bet.
I know.
All right. In very important news, Edge had
Thank you, Idol.
Edge had some rather pertinent information he was not sharing with anyone. But in addition to that, it turns out that even though it originated from a single timeline, the state of time is that we've branched out into multiple parallels at this point. And I'm not talking about the instance, I'm talking about the world we come from having multiple parallel timelines, apparently.
Wade just blinks. Oh no. The Dialga of my world wouldn't be happy. Would definitely not be happy about that. That sounds
Yes.
horrible.
Which means we're going to need to try and make those stabilizers regardless. If time is already branching out into multiple parallels, I don't want to imagine what's going to happen if it gets any worse.
Definitely not.
Yeah, paradoxes are no joke.
Thing is, though, I wonder what in the world that Dialga of this world is doing that he's just letting things happen this way. Because I do not think he's being the power.
No, but considering that apparently the power is based off of him, considering that, Calti originally took Dialga's powers to try something which resulted in this. Considering he's the owner of the powers, I have the feeling that Dialga probably knows what's going on.
He's doing nothing about it? I cannot even begin to imagine why that is.
I can't say for certain. It's just very likely that, considering the origin of the powers, he'll know.
No, yeah, that
Maybe not. Maybe he won't remember what's actually going on, though he might. But at the very least, he should know that there's a time.
Yeah, he should definitely. I do know. Well, no. The Dialga's powers are always being complicated, but this is something that he should be aware of at the very least. So this is what kind of astounds me.
And it also seems like we really should continue with finding as many tears as possible, considering... Well, it's probably good for Chomper's understanding of Sigmund, and if we want to get out of here, that's one of the conditions.
Wade is going to nod. Yep. You've been informed of the one that we found in the hood, right?
Out of game, it was mentioned, at least in the chat thing on Fantasy Grounds, that Lap informed Vane when everyone got back.
Ah, fair. I actually didn't saw that, but that's good.
Jumper kind of mentioned it during the talk with Calti a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
but not in like great detail.
Yeah, that's fair. Lap was probably more detailed.
Yeah.
And Vane is also going to be looking over at Edge and going, and Edge, you should really tell people what it is that you happen to know.
Pyroclast is holding up Edge as he was about to... It looks like he was about to ask, can he have Edge explain?
Yeah, what did you do? Squirrel didn't allowed to beat up people unless they did something bad, so... What's up with you? What happened?
I just... maybe didn't lose my memories.
Oh. What did you know?
He is one of the few human Pokemon that has been able to see what happens in the transition between worlds, and he decided not to share that information.
Okay, well, I do just want to reiterate that there is a difference between chosen and transients, and, well, at this point, given some information, they might actually be chosen, but it'd be very weird if they were.
So, but they know about all this parasite stuff, and what else? What do they know?
And
Gimund, you cut off there.
oh, I just said, Edge, why don't you explain?
What?
And he
What do you
just-
explain? What? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Edge, I will grab you with my shadow and shake you.
I don't know why, but for some reason the movie The Office is coming into my head. It's be an old memory.
Vane is going to start walking towards Pyro.
Something about stepping on a printer or something? I don't. What is this? Hold on.
Whoa, it's Toronto. So what's Sigmund doing?
You know what? You know what, Vane? I have a better idea. And he's walking over to Squirrel. I think
He
it's
He went to Toronto and check. Well, it does seem that Sigmund is failing to purchase things.
Wait, what?
Remember,
happening
he
with
was
Sigmund?
going to be starving on the streets for a bit after he left and took everything of value.
He should have enough food to last for at least a week, I think, or two.
I mean, time has probably fast forward without us noticing.
Oh yeah, we did go to sleep, didn't we?
Yes.
Maybe we should go check on Sigmund then.
We probably should, yes. But before we get distracted and let Edge off free...
Oh yeah, Edge.
Fuck.
What did you know?
Why is it so difficult for you to just come out and say it? You already told us to meet Ben and Pyroclast.
Oh, he's always been like this.
Social
All right.
anxiety.
I am very certain that if I grab him with my shadow, it's going to be very uncomfortable for him.
Okay. So, alright. So I do remember things because I was dying when I came over.
Oh, but
I
not.
I didn't think it was of particular relevance, but what would you like me in specific to talk about?
Just say everything that happened there. At this point.
Okay, so, horrible space shadow thing touched Alan. He is Alan. Points at Pyro. And I think did something. That was probably when he got the parasite. And so it didn't to me because I was dying. You don't probably put parasites in dying things. And that's how I have my memories.
So, what he's trying to say is something actively put a void parasite in me, it seems.
And probably the rest of you.
Yeah, this is something that we have never been able to observe because this is just something that human Pokemon come with. And, well, I guess we can now confirm that the void parasites are put into into you guys by some sort of adult entity. Probably the greater parasites.
Also, don't call them human Pokemon. They're not... He's gonna just point over at Wade and go, not formerly a human. Incorrect term.
But tilts his head. Oh, I'm sorry. That's just what it's been officially called thus far.
Vane hath made a notion for it to be changed.
Yes, it is an incorrect term. You do not have to be a human Instead, the only requirement is that you are chosen by the gods to come over here. That's the difference between that and being a transient, where you just come over here instead.
Yeah.
One, you are taken to this world and chosen by the gods to come here. The other one, you just show up.
Elba nods. Huh.
Well,
Well, there has been cases of some Pokemon that were Pokemon previously when they were brought over to this world. I suppose that makes sense. Also, were you gonna say something, Chomper?
yeah, I care about all that. The thing I'm worried about is so someone put the void parasites in us, and that could help a lot because I'm pretty sure Scruff has had to deal with the void parasites. I for sure had to deal with the void parasites. Heck, I had a dream last night I think was a void parasite, and I'm worried about everybody else here getting void parasite problems. We need all the stuff we can know about the void parasites. Is there anything else you know about the void parasites you're not telling us?
Actually, do you remember how exactly how this thing looked like? Now that I think about it, or can you just remember a shape of sorts?
They seemed amorphous, so I don't think I'd really be able to give you a great recollection.
Considering the nature of void parasites, I suppose that makes sense.
Also, I think walking and talking would be a better idea now, given what Latrano has said about Sigmund.
Sure. In what location is Sigmund? We can walk and continue talking then.
Probably over that way. Though I think I've gotten a little bit more of a hang. I could probably get us in the approximate location of it.
That's convenient.
Well, that's also what it did to us earlier when we were going down the road and then just showed up. But yes, that would be very helpful, yes.
Alright, great. As he will focus, and you are by a village you haven't seen before. It seems larger, and there is Sigmund sitting under a tree, scowling deeply, though he is under a cloak also.
Can Vane look around to see if anyone else is nearby?
Well, the town is certainly populated, but Sigmund seems to have, following the footprints, Sigmund seems to have left the town. So Artanis asks Satrano, so do you have a log or something? Yes, I do. Could you please read the log? Okay. Sigmund has encountered a deep difficulty in attempting to buy things, given that he can't speak, and they find him a bit off-putting when he tries to hand them note cards. And mildly suspicious from being under a cloak all the time. So they have declined his service and his money.
That makes sense, but it's also very unfortunate. It's not exactly that he can afford to take off his cloak in this location.
Can we just go talk with him, or would that mess something up?
Well, Toronto, what happens next? Do you want me to look forward? Yes. Okay. Oh, here he comes. Here who? Oh, CL? Yep, that's him. As a Mindfu is walking over with a basket.
Yeah, Vedas is gonna look over at Chopper and go, remember when I mentioned that Sigmund ends up meeting a younger CL as well?
Oh yeah, guess
That
this is it.
is CL.
Oh, a Mienful. So I got a CL is a Mian Chao in our world.
Yes.
He's missing the sleeves.
He hasn't evolved yet, so yes. Well, it's not just the sleeves, it's also like an entirely different coloration and everything.
Yep, along with size.
A lot more yellow and pink.
No, wait. Does that mean that CL was originally from the Daybreak Kingdom as well, or was he just traveling around?
You'll see.
CL's timeline is weird.
So he trots over to Sigmund, who is basically hiking up and glaring at him, and says, like, "Hey, you're the weirdo, right?" Glare. Oh, you don't talk, right? Some cards started appearing in front of him. He looks at them and laughs. Wow, you really are strange. There is a small fire building up at the corner of Sigmund's mouth. Before he sits down next to him and opens the basket and takes out a sandwich. So, you want some? Sigmund stares at the sandwich and at CL. Trust in his eye. CL sits there for a minute, as if wondering, yes? No? As Sigmund is not offering him another card since he just laughed at them. Before putting down the sandwich and walking about 10 feet back and sitting down and looking at him. Sigmund slowly steps towards it and starts eating it. So you are hungry. Are you going to talk now if I give you more? Sigmund stops eating and then crinkles his nose before pawing into the ground a rude word. However, CL seems unable to read it.
Classic.
And he certainly spends an amount of time talking at Sigmund, who seems generally annoyed with the company, but is ignoring him and eating the rest of the contents of the basket. That CL seems to have completely forgotten about it at this point, just talking and talking and talking at this weird cloaked figure that is eating all his food.
CL.
Before eventually time has passed enough for him to walk up take back his basket and says like, "Okay, I'll see you later. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, weirdo." Sigmund is passively fuming and seems to be trying to make noises with his mouth so that CL will finally fucking register them. Since writing is just not reaching him at all.
I guess I am slightly curious how long it did take him to learn how to talk out of spite.
Wow. Is he walking away with the basket empty?
Yep.
Yes.
Sigmund, however, does park himself by the tree and wait. He doesn't really seem to be inclined to go anywhere else. And as the day passes, CL comes back with another basket. And this routine continues for about 3 days before Sigmund is able to slowly start forming singular words with great pauses between them. But he is also not keeping his distance much anymore, but he is no less unfriendly. Probably because he finds CL very annoying. Given that, boy, this man could talk at a brick wall and be just fine. Probably. But he will eat his food. That's fine, probably. And with more time, he does start getting a little better at stringing words together. Probably, and in some of those sentences, he's expressing his contempt, and CL laughs it off. As if either not understanding the insults or really not caring. And this goes on for a few more weeks until one day he just doesn't turn up.
Who doesn't turn up?
CL.
Oh, okay.
The day passes and the next day CL is just not there. And Sigmund waits and waits and waits. And then the next day, CL is still not present. So finally, quite hungry at this point, he goes into town with his new ability to speak and discovers that apparently that they were only here for a temporary stay at best and decided to leave. To which distresses Sigmund, because he doesn't know CL's last name, or the name of his parents, or who his parents are, or what they are. But he can talk now, but this seems to be bothering him a lot. As they can't even explicitly tell him which way they went. There are conflicting reports. So, Sigmund buys a few things while he can. A more local map to compare it to the world map. And just starts marching.
Should we go help him find CL?
Well, we do
Toronto.
know.
Toronto seems to check for a moment and like, is he? Oh wow, it takes them a long time to find each other.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sigmund becomes an entire doctor with the guild and does a bunch of things before that.
Oh, long time.
On the plus side, when he does meet him again, he actually forms a team with him, so there's that.
Yeah, it's nice that he kept bringing him food. I'm glad he learned to talk more.
Artanis just shakes his head. Man, that kid would be an excellent dark type. He kind of seems born for it, really, considering those insults. What a misuse of a voice. Or is it the perfect use? Really can't decide.
I don't particularly think Sigmund should have been a dark type.
Nah. Maybe. She seems so naturally inclined for it.
Absolutely not.
No?
You take one look at the life he's lived, and imagine that with dark type.
Oh, he would have been the worst person ever.
Absolutely not. Besides, I wouldn't exactly think he got off lucky with his typing, considering psychic type.
Oh yeah, he probably convinced himself pretty thoroughly of some things, didn't he?
I don't know what or if, but the typing at least has that, so most likely.
It's very not emotional for a fire type, though. Weird.
He is very spiteful, though. Which is
This is true.
an emotion.
Yeah, there's a lot of emotion a bit back that was used on somebody.
Hey, Toronto. So he's like leaving, right? Yes. Does he ever come back? Let Toronto check something. No. No, he does not.
Then we should probably get close to the tree.
Oh yeah, there's probably going to be a scene there pretty soon.
Oh, let's go.
But Toronto seems to be searching for something and frowning. He's like, what did Calti mean, though? If he never comes back, does he never find out?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Well, what Calti said. His blood curse?
A wise decision.
Well,
Oh.
We're seeing his adventures inside of this world, correct?
Yes?
Sigmund goes to other worlds and apparently finds out about the timeline issue because he goes to other timelines of this world. There's no real saying what he does or doesn't know. So it's entirely possible that maybe not our version of Sigmund comes back here, but another version would due to some reason or variance in the timeline. And then he could have ended up in a world where, you know, he'd found out about it. No two people in the same world is probably fine so long as it's very temporary, considering, well, you know, there's apparently another version of me going around.
Damn.
Well, I was not great at like paradoxes, but usually, if I remember right, it's when they interact with one another. It's the highest chance for a paradox.
Well, either way, there's no telling what he does or doesn't figure out. Either way, we're just going to be telling him the things we found out here when we get out of here, right?
Probably. You should probably know.
Then, in that case, it doesn't particularly matter if he does or doesn't know. We're going to tell him anyways.
That's fair.
It's going to be pretty awkward to go up to him and say, "Hey, we know your life's backstory."
I'll just tell him. He already told me a lot of it.
Fair enough.
Sure enough, a black line appears.
A black line, or is
before widening into a seam.
Ah. So
is
that's
it a? Oh, good.
So that's how it looks like when they're about to open up.
What be the numbers this time?
These.
Oh, no 0 this time. Neat.
Not this time.
Oh, share the numbers.
It has changed. So last time we chose demon, or the first time we chose demon. Last time, it was the highest number.
Yep.
Hey guys,
Yes.
Yeah.
don't those first two numbers look familiar?
712 and 2246.
They did appear in the first set that we came across.
Oh, you're right. Hey, Chomper, could you check to see if they sound the same as last time?
Yeah, I could do that.
I guess I'll check on the other two.
Hey, Belphe, there isn't another demon outside of the world that could put Pyroclast, correct? That you are aware of, at least.
Nope, no demon.
Oh, jeez.
A polarizing roll.
Oh no!
I believe that's a 1.
Okay, now
Let's
that
see.
okay, now there is going to be a demon. One is going to materialize out of nowhere.
Pyro, you're
No, that's a
scared. Are you still thinking about the
free.
demon?
Oh, I'm gonna willpower that.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
I just wanted to see what would happen if I used my 2 soul.
Soul before re-roll.
All right, I like
An improvement.
that one way better.
It is a stark improvement.
Well, technically it's the same as after he used the soul, but this means he still has both his soul.
Mm-hmm.
Correction,
Yeah.
one of his soul.
Okay, now it's 4. So, Chomper, you're checking the familiar ones to see if they still sound the same, yes?
Yeah.
Yes, they still sound the same.
Yeah. Still hearing the same ones as before. Those are the same ones.
And Pyro, for the new numbers, since you never checked the one that was on the second set, the one that Chomper heard a splat from, you can feel a very you can detect a very, very strong dark type energy coming from that one. And from the last one, you feel things going away.
So what did you get on your reading, Chomper?
I have to ask if I'm doing the recap. What was those last ones that I listened to last time? Wasn't it the? Oh, you talking about like from like the book?
The first set where we met Belphe.
Okay, I definitely need to know about that.
The first one is still distant screaming, and the second one is heavy impacting.
Okay. Yeah, the first one was kind of spooky. It sounded like someone's, yelling or screaming from far away. And the second one was a lot of hitting of something, like something just pa pa pa. I'm not sure what was hitting though.
And
it was very heavy.
And what did you see? What do you feel, Pyroclast, from the ones that you checked?
Very strong dark type energy from the first, and from the second one, could be better or worse, but it felt like something was disappearing.
Ah.
Well, a strong dark type energy. That could be the bomb. It could just be something unrelated. If it is the bomb, I'd be very interested in seeing it, though.
Honestly, if I be honest, so am I. Even if it also sounds terrifying.
Does anyone else have any preferences?
Vex wants the biggest number.
Funny enough, that's the one we're talking about.
No, the one we're talking about, I think, is the 13498, because that's the first one that Pyro checked, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. For some reason, I thought that other one was missing a number. Whoops. Yeah.
Okay, Vex, do you have any reason besides it's the biggest number?
No.
Okay, does anyone else have any preferences?
Edge seems a little wary of all that dark type energy. They've got enough of that, thank you. But other than that, no particular aversion or desire for any of them.
All right, any other of the other PCs?
Lap seems a little interested in 2246. That one seems straightforward, maybe? Probably just a scuffle, right? That's all?
Elva's tilting his head. Well, none of them, honestly, none of them sound pleasant from the way that you guys have described them, so... I suppose I will go with what lab ones.
I'm still leaning towards the dark type energy. Just, I don't know if it's the bomb. It could be something unrelated. Like I said, it's just if it is, that would be something where we're not going to be able to see it elsewhere.
Atrano and Artanis are also 1, 3, 4, 8, 9, 8.
Yeah, I'm for that one too.
The dark types are a united front. Let's go.
Okay, unless anybody has any objections, I'm down for seeing that one.
Also, just real quick, in lore, dark type energy wants more of itself. All of the dark types look towards the dark type answer with interest.
Yep.
That is actually pretty funny.
So I guess dark type portal thing?
All right, Jumper. Scruff. Squirrel.
Yeah.
Which ones do you throw your hat in for?
Squirrel
Scruff
doesn't.
will give us nothing.
Squirrel doesn't have much of an opinion on this. He's not
Fair
certain
enough.
which way's best. Also, we do have some fan art
Oh,
from Ido.
Oh,
This is an extreme thirst.
oh,
This is an extreme thirst.
that is appropriate amount of coffee per vein.
True.
That's great.
that is amazing. Thank you, Ido.
The coffee. Good job, Ido. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ida. My
I
God.
finally have enough coffee.
Finally.
Acceptable amounts of coffee. More liquid than his body is in volume.
Wow.
Finally.
You're
Enough.
going to roost in there, literally.
Yes, a day's supply of coffee.
I just imagine Murkrow roosting in coffee now, just preening feathers inside a coffee can.
Coffee. Kawfe.
Hardy har. Oh hey, Scruff has apparently snuffled the options.
Yes.
Alright. You can't really get a smell off them, except
Oh.
that the second and third options might smell a little like blood.
A little like what?
Blood.
Oh,
Scruff recoils from the second and third options. Like, visibly recoils.
what's wrong, Scruff?
Scruff is just wide-eyed, like, flickering, gaze flickering between the two, like, and just reversing. No.
Maybe we should do the first one. The second
Scruff,
and third one that bad?
Scruff, what did you smell?
Scruff looks reluctant to answer, but he is actually like slowly turning to look at Crane like a small child being taught him. Like the teacher, like, don't want to answer this, but he'll take a moment, and then he'll like visibly sigh and just go, "Blood."
Well, that, I guess, increases the likelihood that the third option is the bomb. It's still not actually certain, but considering it is a bomb, it is meant to hurt things.
You know, bombs aren't made out of blood.
That's
I'm okay with putting that aside for now. I'm still interested in the third option.
Artanis nods and says, let's go for it, but maybe let's brace ourselves first. Hey, Lab.
Wait.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up? Take
Elva,
Vex and go over that way.
yeah, I was just about to say that with Elba. Yeah. Elba was going to say, Lab, please take Bex and just go over there. Go as far away as you can.
All right. What? Come on, the adult said so. No! As Vex gets taken away.
Bye,
And
Vex. See you in a
good
few
thing that you
minutes.
did.
All right, so I guess we're gonna go for option number 3.
Yep. And selecting that option reveals a truly grisly scene.
Oh, great!
Lovely.
I knew it.
As there is Sigmund standing alone, or rather, maybe what would be more correctly said is he is the only thing left standing, as he seems to be in a throne room. There are bodies strewn around, looking like they were crushed inside their armor,
Whoa.
or skewered by their own weaponry. And on the throne, or rather, no, it is still seated there. It is a limbless and headless body of an incineroar.
This is the time where you it cuts off to a different screen going, who's that Pokemon? You see this a disfigured Incineroar. And then you just leave the room and never come back to find out because you don't want to see the image.
And there goes the tension.
Vade was about to look right over to the Zoroarks and go, I think it answers the question of if he ever finds out.
Oh, fuck. To which Sigmund crosses his arms and says, nothing. Still nothing. I guess there really isn't anything that can make my heart race anymore. Of course, that's your fault. That he raises a hand and starts pulling at something as the torso seems to lurch forward slightly. Something inside the abdomen prodding against the flesh before it is wrenched out. Stone. Nut floats over to Sigmund's hand and rests in his palm. Your curse on my bloodline, rotting and only growing more potent. Of course, I deviated in some way. Maybe it's because of the magic. You can say, really. I don't even feel simple things very easily. He rolled the stone around in his hand before wiping it off a bit of the viscera that still clung to it. It is a lot of power, though. Well, suppose I might as well. Not like you can make me worse. As he will bring the stone to his mouth and swallows it before the fallen crown. Fair enough. Before the crown lifts off the Incineroar's head, but not by Sigmund's doing, and floats over to his. Don't worry, Daybreak. This is just the prelude. Now let's go hunt our dear ancestor and thank Yvetil for his gift. But, Vane and Pyro, you can feel a shift as Sigmund's typing has changed to Psychic Dark the moment he consumed that stone. And there is a particular spark, an almost wild look in his eye, that seems to have embedded itself in him as, maybe the floodgates to his emotions have just been reversed.
Well, it wasn't what I expected, but this is no less important.
Oh.
But Artanis looks confused now, as, that's not our segment.
What?
Okay. Okay, the context. That is actually a lore check from Elba. I forgot to change, but Elba is trying to recall if there was any instance of in any history book that has read about the Daybreak King being a vtuber like this.
No, there isn't.
Elba just shakes his head. Okay, you were gonna say something, Chopper?
Is something going wrong with what's happening? Is that supposed to happen?
This is not something that ever happened. The Daybreak Cream was never eviscerated like this. If anything like this had happened, it would have been written down somewhere. This kind of
Okay. Well, he specifically mentioned Yvettel for this. I guess we know where the curse came from now.
wait, Yvettel? Ah, yes, the god of death.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on.
Who is saying? Hold on.
Artanis, as he's like processing the insinuations. Yvettel had descendants?
Apparently.
Well, shit.
Wait, so does that mean that Sigmund is technically a demigod? Which is funny because he became an angel at some point.
He became a saint. Very different.
Saint. Sorry. Got it brush up on these terms.
Alright, well... Do you think there's anything left to see here?
Probably not. The scene did end.
Were we purposely ejected after it was done?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay, Elba shakes his head. Okay, so that's something that never happened. That's not it, because I have read up on the Daybreak Kingdom. I'm not sure if currently the king is still alive. I've read up in a while, but if anything like that had happened, it's something that would have been written down somewhere. You can't just hide a massacre like that.
Yeah, I kind of figured that it wasn't exactly correct when his type changed to Psychic Dark.
Yeah.
Considering that the Sigmund we know is still firmly Fire Psychic.
Does that mean that we just witnessed something that happened in another timeline, since we have been talking about alternate timelines this whole time?
Past or alternate, I guess.
That might be what these other ones are.
Firecat was so messed up. Jeez.
So, is that what the numbers are? The number of the timeline?
So, what's the highest number you've seen? Because I wasn't there for the other set.
Wade is going to say 64295.
Which means at the very least there's been over 64,000 iterations of the timeline if that's the case.
How long has Calti been doing this? I guess there's no point in asking that now, but oh my god.
Let's keep an eye on the higher numbers we see.
Yeah.
That shows how many times he's tried, huh? Or how many timelines?
If that is in fact the case. There's no confirmation, but if it is going through alternations and variations and the like,
That would make the most sense.
Wait a minute. There was 0 at one point.
Wait. What? Oh, that is
does that
right.
mean original?
The last one had a 0 in it.
The first one had a 0 in it.
We really should try 0.
If it shows up again, we definitely should see that.
Artanis nods, but then considers. Shit. Each of these timelines is 4 years at minimum, right?
Well, I don't know, actually. All that Calti said is that a couple years is when things start resetting sometimes, but not always.
Right.
I
But
mean,
like,
he came back from being dead, so...
sure enough. Okay, so 64,000 times 2 years at minimum.
Oh, no, he
Yikes.
doesn't start when we show up. He shows up before we do. And it depends on the timeline. I believe it was 2 years for the closest or so. And then the furthest is a couple millennia in the past.
What the fuck?
Yes. Which, if that does actually bear fruit, it's probably 2 years in the future? If he shows up... If he shows up 2 years in the past at the closest that the time loop probably ends is also 2 years in the future?
What?
Assuming it actually works off of that kind of logic, which, given everything, it might not, but...
Oh my god. So each timeline is 4 years at minimum.
Wade just shakes his head. That kid stole Dialga's powers and doesn't know how to use them, and he's just been going through this over and over and over and over and over. I can only imagine what it is to feel like that.
If it says anything for how many millennia it was in the past, he said by the time he got back to the right time, he was no longer Kaza and Noah, and he was Calti now. So, millennia in the past is apparently enough that he was merged by the time he got back to the right time period. I don't know how long it would take for Kaza and Noah to merge, but it's probably not a millennia. It's probably multiple.
And I wish I could say anything. I wish I could say anything in regards to the art. Kaza Noah's case is very peculiar, even for me.
How are they not crazy?
They are crazy. They just hide it well. Kinda.
By the time that he got back to the right time period, he did not even actually remember me at all. And given how the focus he seems to be on me, that should say something.
Okay, fair enough.
But contemplating this isn't really going to help us in this regard. We should probably move on. Where does Sigmund go from here?
Right. Actually, how much time do we have left?
40 minutes?
Roughly 40 minutes, yeah. Well, actually,
Okay.
we're about 20 minutes from 4 hours.
We can go.
But we can go a little later.
Yes. So, Toronto seems to be scrolling through some things as they're like, all right, significant events. Let's see. Leaves daybreak. Somehow less eventful than I would have expected. Finds books. Finds the library. Okay. As he will move them towards a later point in time where there is a very familiar building seemingly nowhere. There is not a town close by, it's just a library in the middle of a forest. The library, the same one you know.
I assume whatever's going on is going to happen on the inside.
Yep. As Sigmund is approaching and has to pull the rope to ring the bell with psychic ability since he could not possibly reach it.
Is he still a Delphox by this point? What is
Fennekin.
A Fennekin by this point, right?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
To which a mighty Enna opens the door. And looks over to him. Oh, hello there. Who are you? I am Sigmund. Who are you and why are you here? Oh, well, my name is Edward. I'm the owner of this building. Why is it here? Why indeed? You might be the reason why. You are cryptic and bullshit. I am leaving. Wait, come back! No, I fully meant what I said. That you've never heard of the library. I have heard of what a library is. Now explain yourself. Okay, so this is a special library. It is we are generally referred to as the Grand Library, but most people just call us the library. We are a special case in that this library teleports. Sigmund is staring at him in a quite frankly deadpan expression. I'm serious. The building. The whole building. Yes. Teleports. Correct. And it is here in the forest. Very astute of you. Where you will get no visitors. And coincidentally, it was in my path. That is the conclusion that I have drawn, yes. he's squinting his eyes, but also looks around as this seems too elaborate to be a trap.
Veda's gonna ask Atrano if we're currently in that invisible spectator thing.
Oh, no, we are not.
How will
Would
they
you
not
like
see
to be?
us then?
Probably because he's very distracted by this enormous 4-story building.
Well, but then there's also the librarian.
You see. Maybe he's just not terribly observant.
Veda's just frowning a bit still. This is a whole ass group, including some fully evolved Pokemon. And they ain't seeing them.
Well, I did sort of imagine them, like, partially behind some trees, like, eavesdropping.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, but like Veda's still just like disapproving of this.
So, Chomper, you want to interact with them this time at all?
Elba's eyes are like vibrating on his face.
Elva, are you okay?
Ah.
Elva? Lap, I've never seen them so excited in my life. I've never seen. That's excited. They're becoming a blur.
It's the Great Library.
Yes, it's in town where we came from as well.
Elba
We were there earlier.
Elba just looks. He's doing that one expression of Saitama doing okay for a moment.
Okay.
I did not even realize that because of the things that were happening at that moment. I was inside of the grave moving library and I didn't even realize it. I am so ashamed.
It'll be there when we get back.
I hope so.
Pyroclast is patting Elva.
Out of character. Would be a bad time to mention they got blown up once.
No, I mean, up to you, really. Up to you. It got
say
better.
that out loud.
This is why I said
Dude,
out of
you
character
said- he
before,
said
you,
it was-
before you jumped on me.
He said it was out of character.
I think it'd be funny, but, you know, just wanted to lighten the mood. Anywho.
It would certainly lighten the mood, as far as lighten and lift you into the upper atmosphere. I'm sure.
Just want to be funny. Want to make this lighthearted. Anywho, continue.
Scruff doesn't know why, but Scruff squints disgruntledly at the back of Chopper's head.
Vade is going to.
He can sense something going on inside that head, and he's like,
You
no.
need to go squint at Rex Strider thinking this out of character. Chomper has not thought nothing.
Scruff rotates to face the fourth wall.
There you go.
Glares.
Glares.
What? It's funny.
Zane is going to ask Chomper, so are we going to go and interact this time, or?
I just don't want what happened before to happen. But
What happened before? What do you mean?
with
Are you talking
Sigmund,
about
with
the
the
rift?
flood. Out of
Oh.
character. Stop thinking about the explosions. In character.
In that case, Vane's going to go, oh, well, we won't have to worry about seeing anything like that here, I don't think.
Yeah, you think that happened because someone was messing with things too much, and was it when Calti was messing with stuff, and that's something that can happen?
We have no context to what happened in that timeline, if that is indeed a different timeline. So, I have no earthly idea. Are we... I don't even know who was in that timeline, if any of us were. So... All we know is that Sigmund was in that timeline, and that's what happened.
I don't think us interacting with the story is going to cause anything like that, Chopper. So don't be afraid. Especially because I want to go into the library.
You seem really excited about the library. Yeah, we should go read. But okay,
I always read.
Alright, has the librarian and his name was like Edward, I think, right?
That is correct.
Has Edward and Sigmund gone inside?
Yes. Sigmund is, however, very distrusting.
Yeah. Vane is just gonna start walking towards the library then.
Elva's following along.
Pyroclast is following behind Elva.
You can barely see Elva contain his excitement.
And Venus is going to pull the bell.
Edward will answer the door again. Oh, there's a lot of you, actually. Hello?
Elva waves.
He's very excited about this, apparently.
Well, congratulations. Welcome to the library.
I've heard so many stories about this library, yet I've never been able to see it in person until now. I am kind of very excited, yes, to say it mildly.
Well, is there anything in particular that you would care to peruse?
Everything.
Now that will take quite the while.
Elba nods.
Vane is going to go, would you mind if we came inside?
Oh
No?
yes, where are my manners? Can we come inside?
He did say we could go inside, so Vane's just going to start going inside.
And Elba follows along.
Pyroclast goes along as well.
If Elba wasn't trying to remain polite, you could probably tell that he'd be skipping at the moment.
No, don't worry. Vane's about to do something that is very Vane. It's probably going to be very funny.
Oh.
He's gonna look around. There's a lot of books. And he's going to turn to Edward, go into his bag, and pull out his library card. Is this valid here?
He's going to look at it, so it's like, oh. Well, yes, this seems to be a legitimate card.
Alright, Vane's just gonna take it back then. His library card is good, which means that for his duration here, you can actually borrow stuff from the library.
Hooray!
Just imagine you bringing back something from another timeline. Look at that late fee.
I'm just imagining that, like, this idea to just be like, where the hell did this Murkrow get a library card? It's his.
This does decidedly belong to you. Impressive.
from the future. I'm not saying that in character.
About to say, Vane is not explaining himself.
Yeah.
This is the moment of like he realizes this is like Edward realizes this is weird, and Vane is just looking at him with a "I will not elaborate."
Okay.
Well, he's not saying that. It's just like that's the kind of look, like, because I imagine that Edward like looks interested in this in general.
A bit, yes.
Yeah, so Vane's giving them the "I'm not going to be elaborating" look.
Scruff is slipping away from the rest of the group and making a beeline for where Bean's workshop and storeroom would be.
It is
Are you-
still
are-
the same location, as there
I
is
roll- I
a
roll for
familiar bug.
Yay!
He's still there, boys. He's still.
Of course, Bien's still
Chris-
alive there.
Question is, did Bean put a maker's mark on the claws he made for Scruff?
I don't know. Probably. Oh. This is Scruff out here about to make a paradox.
Let's go! I'm all here for this. I want to hear this.
Scruff like wumbles into the room and without glancing up, Snuffles once says, "Hey, Bean," and just moves past him to where he knows the maintenance supplies are kept. Without looking up, just like opens the cupboard door, takes out the maintenance equipment, starts cleaning his tools.
Well, this can only end poorly.
I am 100% for this. I want to hear this.
I said, takes it out with clear care and like sets stuff aside and is just quietly cleaning the corner. He was shown how to clean and he remembered how to do proper maintenance. So he's performing proper maintenance as he's you know, shuffles on the spot a bit and then Shadowclaw removes one of the little climbing claws and unfolds and cleans and fiddles with it a bit. So yeah, it's just casually, "Oh, hey, Ian," and moves past and straight to exactly where he knows stuff is.
Excellent.
Impressive. As Bean looks over, "Yes, hello, can I?" "Oh, you are quite the silent one, aren't you?"
Scruff nods and doesn't move away from carefully like cleaning up. Takes some pauses, looks at the polish without looking up. Shadowclaw pulls down the finer polish from where it's like tucked around the corner on the shelves. He did cleaning and maintenance in payment for getting the climbing claws in the first place, and made sure to put everything back in its proper place so he knows where stuff is stored. It's Bean's workshop.
Wait, how do you... What? Have we met?
Not yet.
Excuse me?
Scruff pauses, tilts head, thinks. You've been probably clean, won't you?
You were really muffled for that.
Wibbly wobbly tiny waving.
Okay. I'm not quite sure how to interpret that, actually.
Scruff finishes cleaning one claw, puts it aside that he can see it, removes the next one, starts working on that.
He's going to go look at them. Dot, 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 dot. I haven't made these, but that is my question marks.
Scruff pauses long enough to look up at him, squints in mischievous glee, and then goes straight back to cleaning.
Dot, 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 dot. The quality is correct. What? Now, this is a bit of a stretch, but are temporal mechanics at work here? What are...
Scruff tilts his head with a look that says he doesn't understand what those words mean together.
Of course. Are you from the future?
I'm not sure. Find us?
Oh, goodness. Well, I'm going to unpack this later, I suspect. In the meantime, take good care of those?
Scruff pauses, looks at the boots, looks up. Beams really big and really wide.
You were enjoying them.
He genuinely loves these things.
Well, I'm glad then. Good. I suspect they are fulfilling their intended function.
Scruff nods. And whilst he he himself is focused on cleaning his equipment, Shadowclaw is tentatively going to start like nabbing random tools off of shelves and cleaning and maintaining them as he's using their supplies.
Being is bewildered.
Stuff is being helpful then. That's also like imploding this being's mind with the paradox nonsense, but is useful. That's too
This
much.
poor fucking computer. This poor fucking But is there anything else that someone wants to do? You are now in the past version of the library, when it was not owned by Samantha.
Scruff will be here for the foreseeable future, just maintaining his equipment and also cleaning whatever he happens to be nearest to in the workshop and the storeroom.
Vane was going to be perusing the library to see if there are, like, you know, interesting things that he didn't see while in the future. And then also, like, you know, if Sigmund sees him, Sigmund sees him. He's not exactly... We're obviously going to be interfering this time a bit, so, like... If Sigmund recognizes him, Sigmund recognizes.
Yeah. And Elba is searching around for anything related to the gods.
Well, on that, are you browsing or are you asking the owner?
Elba is probably gonna browse first before asking the owner.
Yeah, that's sort of the same logic that Vane was using, where he wants to look around and see what's there before, you know.
Yeah. Because with this library being so big, there are probably places where they keep books in other locations.
You are correct. As there are books of legends and myths.
This is probably information that Elba has already seen before.
Very likely. But there are some new ones.
Ooh.
Or ones that you have not yet seen.
Ooh.
And there are, at that point in time, the latest iterations of the Bibles of each of the religions.
Elba is actually looking at those Bibles, and he's going to actually take one related to Cernius. He's actually kind of curious about that. It's been a while since he's read up on the life god, and he just encountered him. He kind of wants to refresh his memory.
Fair enough. You recall these Bibles actually being remarkably hard to even get a glimpse of outside their dedicated churches, as religious people held on to them with an almost zealous safeguarding?
That's bizarre.
I wonder who could be mad enough at the gods and powerful enough to go on a book burning spree.
It sure is a mystery whoever would do that. Enough to make many religious orders tired of reprinting these books.
I do wonder who would do that. Complete mystery.
Well, I guess the perpetrator got away. We'll never know.
The world may never know. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, is there any Bible for Giratina? I wonder, or is that missing? Is that missing among them?
That one is missing.
Aha. Yeah, when Elba notices that among the books of Bible, he's gonna take the one about Cernius with him, but he's also going to go towards Edward to ask about that.
Ask for a Bible on Giratina?
Elba noticed that there wasn't a Bible on Giratina. He was asking about that, on whether there is one, if there is one.
Edward is going to regard Elva with some curiosity and say, "Now that's quite the question, actually."
Ah.
All right. Yes, there is a book on them. However,
However,
Well, we generally do not have it on display, as there are some who might take offense to the existence of that book.
Elba tilts his head. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, that actually makes sense. But if you do not have it on display, but that means that you have it on the back or something, right?
Roll persuasion. As tragically, you are an enthusiastic visitor, but this is your first meeting, and he's not quite sure how much he trusts.
It's too bad
As
that
this
Elba.
is, by all means, sensitive information.
Yeah, fair. It is too bad that Elba's has 0 persuasion, but I do have a lot of mine, so let's go.
Logic would also be applicable.
Yep, going mind logic. God damn it.
Ooh.
I am willpowering that. Okay, that is much better. Oh my god.
That is a lot better, yeah.
I'm going to I'm going to bigger that. Bigger overcharge. Turning all those 9s into 10s.
My goodness, go for it, I suppose.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 10. And then. Oh my god.
Sheesh. This is
I think you
Yeah.
got the book.
I see. Elba is very persuasive today. Let me just count this real quick.
17, by the way.
17.
He will tell you everything about the library.
This is the correct outcome for Elba.
Elva just looked like he was going to cry if you didn't tell him everything.
Yes,
Cragapedia must be updated.
understandable. Yes, yes, it is actually in the secret basement to the library, where we hold the original records of all books here on display.
Elba nods. Oh, that
Or
is
you-
wonderful.
For you see, the basement is actually bigger than the library that you see here.
Elba
As every book on the shelves and in your hands is actually a replica that we have made for the sake of preserving the original should someone try to destroy it or make off with it.
I like that my perception was so high that Edward just decided to tell me everything.
It's a 17!
Yeah.
And you pulled 6 dice!
Fair enough. Elba smiles and gives a very polite bow. Oh, that is wonderful to hear. Would you be okay with me getting access to the Bible of Giratina?
We will expedite the copying, as we usually have the original, one extra, and then one that makes it to the shelf. We will put the extra out for you and get to work on making a backup.
Elba nods. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot.
By all means.
Elba smiles at Edward and leaves to go read the book of Cernius.
It quite heavily extols the virtues of fairy types and demonizes dark types as wanton destroyers who leave nothing in their wake. 'Tis their very nature.
Huh. I never realized how quite prejudiced the followers of the Wars of Cernius were. I guess meeting him face to face makes more sense to me now.
However, if nothing else, or if you were to look for some positives, it very, very, very much extols the virtues of self-sufficiency and replace anything that you take from nature.
So it is not all bad. I suppose it does they do believe in some positive things in this. Where did things go wrong? Honestly, I wonder if I honestly wonder if I could do over that entire scene. Could I have made something? I could have made some other choices so that things could have gone different. There isn't any point in worrying about that now, but I can't help but wonder. I do wonder too if these are words from the god itself, or if this is just interpretations from his followers. Okay. Elba nods if he's just continues reading up on it. He's gonna keep doing that for a while.
Edward comes back with a much more serious looking tome than the casual Bible of Xerneas.
Elba's looking there. Oh, that was actually fast. You weren't kidding when you said expedite.
Well, we did have one we did have the extra prepared. It's just that. Well,
yes. Do not worry. I am not. I don't leak. I'm not gonna mess it up.
Oh, you're fine. We do try to get it as close to possible as the original, but the original has actual gold engraving, leather bindings.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yes, right.
Whoever made that original book must have done something quite extravagant.
Well, the Bibles are, they should be, the words of God.
Elba nods.
Making them of cheaper materials, well, some would prefer not to do that.
No, yeah, that does make that does make sense. Well, Giratina has always been the most elusive god to know things about. So, I have been curious to know more about him, or at the very least stuff that's written about him.
Fair enough. The order is a suggestion. Well, Giratina's following. He's certainly not one of the most popular ones, but he's also the one with the least knowledge of and whenever he is spoken of by other religions, he's often demonized for some reason.
Elba nods. I have heard of that in my other readings.
As a formerly defeated villain.
Hmm. Now that's quite the thing. I wonder if this book has any context to that. Have you ever read it?
I have, actually.
Ah.
It's quite the rare book, after all. I couldn't hold my curiosity back.
Same with me at this very moment, I suppose. Well, I suppose no point in dilly-dallying.
Would you care to borrow a reading room?
Ah, sure. That would be quite lovely.
Yes, it's right up there. You'll usually find 3 to 4 on each floor of the building. Just go ahead. If the door is open, the room is not occupied.
Elba nods and gives a thumbs up. Thank you very much. You've been quite the excellent librarian to me.
Thank you. Enjoy your reading.
Yeah, Elba's taking the tome with him and going to the room to read in private.
Peruse the tome.
Indeed.
Ah. It is time.
Yeah.
Indeed, it is.
I mean, I suppose that's a good cliffhanger. Elba going off to read about Giratina.
Yep.
His Bible, at least. I can't believe my roll went from 0 to 17 on my reroll.
That has to be the most dramatic turnaround I've seen yet. And I've seen our combat rolls in the Lulite flower fields.
Very impressive.
All right. Well, thank you everybody so much for joining us today for Lost in Chaos Scar. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They are on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as grabbing packs of cards through Stream Loots, picking up some merch over at zgfgaming.store, or by subscribing to our YouTube. And I very highly recommend you guys check out the Patreon, as we have updated it for the votes and such for Whiskers art, and to help out Whiskers as well. For one of those tiers, you do get free art, and you also get discounts and such, so check it out. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Later, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Hash browns.
Yeah,
Bye.